the case is maintainable or not. But with the time which has been taken and all those things has been taken into consideration as far as this hearing is concerned, we can certainly say there is so much to discuss, so much to talk about, and the judge would definitely like to have a look all these arguments, and then will be that will again determine whether the court will decide to go ahead with the hearing, or there is something more time the court wants to take. As far as all these reports
focus
and
is
evidence
on the district judge who's going to be announcing whether or not the court is within its jurisdiction to take up this plea or not. Reactions on the same coming in after just moments earlier to the district court taking up this matter. Let's have a listen.
यह भी सत्य है। माननीय न्यायालय में पहले यह जो याचिका है, ये जो निर्णय हुआ है, पहले सिद्ध तो हो कि मतलब कि शिवलिंग है या फवारा है, इसका और अगर दर्शन पूजन का अधिकार मानते हैं तो सब माननीय न्यायालय पर अधीन है। माननीय न्यायालय जो भी निर्णय लेगा वह हमें शिरधार्य होगा। हम न्यायालय के न्यायपालिका को सम्मान करने वाले लोग हैं, संविधान का सम्मान करने वाले लोग हैं।
आज आप अपीयर होंगे, लेकिन सबसे पहला क्या किस चीज पे सुनवाई है, कितने बजे सुनवाई है, क्या ये मेंटेनेबिलिटी पर ही सुनवाई है शुरुआत?
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो आदेश दिया उस पर कहा है मेंटेनेबिलिटी का इशू प्रायोरिटी पे सुना जाएगा, पर जो मेंटेनेबिलिटी है उसको डिसाइड करने के लिए बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यूज हैं जिसको ध्यान में रखना है। सबसे पहले जो कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आई है वो कोर्ट के रिकॉर्ड पे है, उस पर मुस्लिम पक्ष से ऑब्जेक्शन दिया गया है। तो पहले मुस्लिम पक्ष ये बताए कि उन्हें कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे कोई ऑब्जेक्शन है कि नहीं है। दूसरी बात, इस पूरे केस का अगर आप ये कह रहे हैं प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की वजह से ये केस बार्ड है, तो उसमें जो धार्मिक स्वरूप का हमारा आर्ग्यूमेंट है, उस धार्मिक स्वरूप को डिसाइड करने के लिए कमीशन की रिपोर्ट भी अप्रिशिएट करनी पड़ेगी और उसके बाद ही ये डिसाइड हो पाएगा कि केस मेंटेनेबल है कि नहीं है।
देखिए, वो तो लीक हुई है तो बहुत ही खराब बात है। वो कहा जाए कि जो कानून का जो मंशा है उसके बिल्कुल खिलाफ, जो कानून की जो कहा जाए सीक्रेसी है, ये सीक्रेट बात होती है कि क्या देखा गया क्या नहीं देखा गया। हम लोग खुद इसके लिए परेशान है कैसे हुआ, किसने किया, जो किया है उसको उसके लिए दंडित किया जाना चाहिए।
We already seeing the debate on Gyanvapi. So Irfan Habib Saab, what history says, regardless what the claims being made be from the Hindu side or the Muslim side, when it comes to Gyanvapi temple, when there is talk about excavation, when people are surveying it, now the matter has gone to the judiciary.
You see, my problem is the claims which are being made today, that this is something which has come out for the first time. And people today have actually brought this out for the world. No, this is untruth, because the whole thing is documented. You can find all the records available. Everybody knows that there were so many temples which were demolished. Mosques were created. Gyanvapi is also one of them.
There is no dispute about
it. There's no dispute because it's all written over there. That particular period talks about it. Farmans are there, talk about it.
All right, cutting across to Abhishek Mishra on that. Abhishek, of course, there is no doubt that there was a Hindu temple that stood below the Gyanvapi Mosque. But this was centuries ago. At this point, to seek Hindu lost heritage, to try and reclaim it, and the demands only growing to survey the mosque extensively and allow for Hindus to worship along those areas. This, of course, is now becoming more of a campaign among Hindu groups across the nation. It's not just restricted to Gyanvapi. We are seeing similar demands now erupting in Karnataka's Mangaluru over another mosque. And this is the kind of large-scale effect that it could have. And therefore, the court will certainly look at this decision on this issue very closely and very carefully. How are you, what kind of reactions are you looking at from the Muslim side? We've heard extensively on the Hindu side. On the Muslim side, they've been constantly calling this survey itself in the first place as illegal.
Well, certainly, Nabila, and in this whole case, we have heard, from the beginning itself, our Muslim side has not been very much vocal about it. Although they have been maintaining the fact that, the Shivlinga, which was claimed by the Hindu side, is indeed a fountain. Earlier, they had the stance that this survey should not be done. Actually, they went to the Supreme Court. They were trying to file a petition, but due to technical things, they were not able to do it. But when the whole case was heard in the Supreme Court and the petition was filed, they even had an argument and a demand that the survey and the whole of the situation of this survey is concerned should be kept on hold. This is what they were demanding. But when the court took the cognizance of it, they heard both the sides, and they instructed, as far as this whole case is concerned, to transfer the case from civil court to the district magistrate. A more experienced judge is required, which this is what has been said, and they released an order on 17th of May saying that the Shivlinga should be protected, that the namazis should be allowed, and at the same time the preparations and the arrangement for the waju should also be made by the local administration. So the kind of balance act the Supreme Court has played, and now it all depends on the district judge to take this matter into consideration and all those points. And it is not just about one particular place. As you have just said, all these petitions are now coming. There is a case, there has been a lot of talk about, the case which is in discussion as far as Mathura is concerned on the Krishna Janmabhoomi. And at the same time, in Jaunpur also, there is one more case which has come where a mosque is within the Devi temple. So all these things are now coming one by one, and the Supreme Court has also maintained the fact that it is a sensitive case and it needs to be taken by a judge of the district level, and that is the only reason that today, when the hearing which has begun already, the first thing primarily is about the maintainability of the suit, which the Muslim side is constantly saying it's a violation of the 1991 Religious Peace Act, and the Hindu side, which they are saying that the property is more than 100 years old, and there is no reference to it as far as whether this act, should be implementable or should be, will have some effects on it. So that is the one thing. And indeed, with this whole survey being conducted and then transferring of this case has given a lot of attention, not only politically as well, but as far as this whole proceedings are concerned, judge, when he's sitting there, he's going to have a look at both the sides and are going to take that important decision. And it remains to be seen whether he will give another date or he will go ahead with the process with the hearing, because a lot of things needs to be answered. There are other petitions as well, but first of all, it is all about the maintainability of the suit, which needs to be decided. Yes.
Well, here as we see that the court readies to take up the matter, we also saw how the area where the Wazukhana has been completely cordoned off, because they claim that was a shivling found, and the Supreme Court ordered for that alleged shivling to be protected, and there's CRPF protection around it, barricading around it. And we heard that the Muslim side had quite a difficult time to carry out their wuzu. Many of them were doing wuzu from home and coming to pray at the mosque. Now, do we know if that wuzu khana or an alternative to do the wuzu for the Muslims has been set up within that mosque premises? Has that been done seamlessly? Is there any obstruction to the mosque namaz itself?
Well, certainly, Nabila, the arrangements have been made by the local administration as far as wuzu is concerned. Namaz has also been allowed, but not in massive numbers, because we see last time on the Fridays, during the Friday prayers, a lot of all these namazis were reaching there, and the committee had to make the announcement that there shouldn't be a crowd as far as namazis are concerned. So that has been made, but one thing which is very relevant here, that the Muslim side has been saying constantly that this is a place for namaz, and that should be given, all these people who are coming there should be given authority to do it. But with the survey which was conducted, and then the report which has been filed, and now when the district court judge is hearing this matter, it's a major point about as far as the maintainability here, one, and two, all these claims, whether the Hindu side which is speaking in terms of the report which has been filed, they are constantly saying that the report clearly says that there are markings, there are significant Hindu signs as far as swastikas is concerned, the lotus sign, the Trishul sign, and all these things. And as far as that shivling which has been claimed by the Hindu side, that it is indeed actually a shivling. But the Muslim side, on the other hand, saying that the shivling is always in the basement, always on the ground level. How can it be on the first floor, which is the Wazukhana? So all these things have come into the consideration. And today, we would like to tell you that the hearing has begun. It is an update. The hearing has begun in the courtroom of the district by the district court judge. And all these important developments will be taken into consideration while hearing as far as this whole case is concerned. Yes.
All right. This also, as we know that the survey did not come without its fair share of trouble, Abhishek. We know that the survey committee commissioner, there was a lot of speculation, especially raised by the Muslim side, saying that he was biased, that he wasn't fair, etc. And then you had the court still allowing him to carry out that survey. And once the survey was completed, there was a lot of information that was leaked. People extensively had images of what the survey had found, etc., which was ideally supposed to be highly confidential. But now the court, Varanasi court, the civil court further went on to dismiss that commissioner of the survey committee and appointed another one. The other two who were part of that committee continued with their survey. So the number of troubles that the survey committee itself went through to actually carry out that much anticipated survey is certainly something that sheds a lot more interest in this entire story.
Well, certainly, and all those developments are clearly signifying the sensitivity of the matter. When the survey began on the 8th and 9th of May, when only Court Commissioner Ajay Mishras was heading this survey, he was not able to go inside the premises. There was a protest, and the pictures came in where the Muslim, people who were there to perform the namaz, they were sitting just outside the gate and protesting against him. They were demand to remove him, but the court back then maintained the fact that it will continue, and as a court commissioner, Ajay Mishra will proceed further. But although he got two other associates, Vishal Singh and Ajay Pratap Singh, as the assistant court commissioner. So that all began on afterwards. Again, 3-day survey went for a while, and it took a lot of time. Every aspect, every minute detail was recorded. When we spoke to the court commissioner, he said there is a very, very big report as far as documents are concerned. Many more photographs, uncountable photographs. So all these things and the videography, hours of videography, which was submitted in the court. But the turning point came when the other court commissioner, Vishal Singh, himself filed the application saying that the court commissioner, Ajay Mishra, did not, supported as far as this whole thing is concerned. And then, as per that application, court took the cognizance of it. And then it was said that, Ajay Mishra will not be submitting his report. He will not be heading this survey. And then whole controversy erupted between both the court commissioners. So that is also one more thing which also, tell us about the sensitivity of this whole issue, because the photograph leaked out, the information which was again given to us not in the public domain as far as the survey is conducted, and the court said that the court commissioner was not able to maintain the secrecy, and all those things were said. Although Court Commissioner Ajay Mishra later came and he said that he has done his best, nothing of that sort, he has been targeted, all those things came. But finally, when this report was submitted in the court by Vishal Singh and the Assistant Court Commissioner Ajay Pratap Singh, it clearly signifies the relevance and the references which was claimed by the Hindu petitioners, and that majorly become a part for the Muslim side when they went into the Supreme Court and they asked to have a hold on this whole survey and asking whether it is indeed a valid act or not. So that's why today, when the hearing is going on, and we'll get to know about the updates in a while, what has been the proceedings. So the maintainability suit, again and again, which is coming in the focus, is all about it. If that particular suit is accepted, and all this survey and all this report and all this development which has been done so far will definitely be under the questioning. But as far as the Hindu side is concerned, they're very optimistic that they have the substantial evidences, and the survey report which has been already put up at the court will get into their favor. So all eyes on the district court now, on the judge, what decision he will take and how this all proceedings are going to go forward. Yes.
All right. So, a little more clarity on the kind of symbolism that's found, the survey committee has found within that mosque complex. If you can give us some insight into that. But before that, like Abhishek did mention, the hearing at on the Gyanvapi controversy has just begun at the district court. The district judge, a more senior panel as compared to the civil court, will now be taking up the matter of maintainability, whether this plea itself that the Hindu side has filed asking to worship at the Gyanvapi Mosque complex at the back part or rather the wall behind the Gyanvapi Mosque, which they claim has much Hindu religious significance. Whether this plea itself in court can be entertained or not, considering there's already a Places of Worship Act of 1991 that says any religious place must maintain its religious character, anything that stood after independence 1947. So the Muslim side saying that the plea itself filed by the Hindu side is illegal. Now the Supreme Court, who had already intervened, saying that this matter will be taken up by the district judge, considering he will be a senior, it will be almost a senior panel who will be looking into matter like this that has great sensitivity. The senior judge will now decide whether this case itself is maintainable in the court of law or not. So the hearing has just begun. We hear that the hearing has now started. All the points that will be discussed is all decided at the district judge will be, of course, deciding on what points to be discussed first. Whether the maintainability issue stands, this will be taken up by the district judge. He will be starting with the maintainability issue is what we understand. Now, while the hearing begins, former Commissioner Ajay Mishra has not been allowed to go inside court. This is also the information that we get right from the court premises. The commissioner who carried out that survey, Ajay Mishra, has not been allowed to enter the court premises. His name wasn't on the list. Senior advocate Man Singh is now leading the Hindu side. Like Abhishek just mentioned, there was a fair share of controversy even while the survey was carried out. The former commissioner Ajay Mishra, who the Muslim side had deemed biased, he, we believe, has not been allowed to enter the court premises now because he was already dismissed by the Varanasi court. He was, in fact, suspended as the survey committee commissioner after allegations of him leaking images and survey findings to the public there came to light. And now we hear that Ajay Mishra, that former commissioner, is not being allowed inside court premises. So Abhishek who's right there tracking all those developments. Abhishek, now all eyes on the district judge on what the judge would pronounce when it comes to maintainability of this case entirely. That said, give us the points that the court might touch upon first. Will it first look at the maintainability issue and only then get into the layers of the survey that was carried out? All the survey findings is now before court, and we know extensively what the survey says. Those visuals are there to corroborate that survey findings right here on our television on India Today, where we have seen, as part of the survey, extensive Hindu symbols that were found on the walls, carvings on the walls of the basement of that mosque there, showing very much of what exactly the petitioners said. The 5 women petitioners who claim that this was a temple which was desecrated to build a mosque upon. There is Hindu symbols inside that mosque, and that needs to be surveyed. And that survey seemed to have managed to find those kind of Hindu symbols.
Well, certainly, Nabila, and today, when during this hearing, the district court judge will certainly be first looking at the maintainability suit, because it's all about the maintainability of this case and whether it has a stance as far as, this whole case is concerned. And we have to think about one more thing as well. This whole controversy or this whole case began with these 5 women filing petition to get the permission to access to the Shingar Gauri temple. So that was the one thing. They were asking that darshanas should be made available. They should be allowed to perform the puja. So then it becomes about whether there is a temple or not, whether Shingar Gauri, the goddess, existed or not. So all these things they demanded for a survey, and this part of survey, when it was conducted for 3 days, this Shivlanga, which has been claimed now by the Hindu side, was actually not indeed an intention. Basically, the petition was about the Shingar Gauri temple and the access to the temple to these 5 petitioners. But when the court conducted this survey, as far as, that temple is concerned, and whether it is a part of the Kashi Vishwanath temple or not, that was the major reason behind this survey. The survey, the findings which have been found in the survey, be it the signatures, the marking, the sculptures, the all these things which were found, that is one thing which the Hindu side again claimed that there are the signatures and the marking which are beyond expectation, and they were quite content about it. On the other hand, Muslim side throughout the survey has always maintained that nothing of that sort is happening, just they are cooperating. Let the court commissioner file the report and things will be clear. But when the court commissioner, the former court commissioner Ajay Mishra, when he was removed, and it was said that he was not cooperating as far as the the survey is concerned. Vishal Singh said there was this fountain which was found there, which has been said as a Shivlinga by the Hindu side. There was there was some water in the premises which needs to be removed. So all these things, which was something signifying that the court commissioner was actually not taking things seriously. And again, the claim which was made that he was leaking the information and the involvement of the photographer and all those things. So that is also another thing. But importantly today, when we have just got the update that Ajay Mishra wasn't allowed in the premises, the court had already made a list of people who would be allowed. The 23 is the number, that much of people are allowed there. One side, the Hindu side and the Muslim side. And today, one more important thing, Nabila, that the district court judge is not listening any other petition today.
Yeah.
He has transferred all the bail petitions to the anti-corruption court number 3.
Right.
So all these petitions have been transferred there. That means he's going to take time. He's going to listen to the arguments. He's going to listen to
it appears his prime focus is the Gyanvapi plea made by the 5 women from the Hindu side asking to worship at the Gyanvapi complex. Now, the maintainability of the suit, of course, will be decided today by the district judge. The debate over what the survey has really found inside the Gyanvapi mosque does not seem or cease to die down. India Today exclusively seeks the photographer of the survey team as it speaks to that videographer. Gyanvapi mosque survey was carried out by this man called Ganesh Sharma. He narrates all the findings during the most controversial survey, tells us what he's found. Let's have a listen.
Amid surveys, claims of multiple shivlings, and Nandi, Sheshnag, Trishul and Damru surfacing. Here is exclusive eyewitness account from someone at forefront of the mosque survey on the secrets buried in the mosque and its basement. Meet Ganesh Sharma, the 23-year-old cameraman, part of 2 back-to-back surveys as videographer. He speaks on the truth of shivling, calling it a black shiny stone, submerged in water since ages, but yet to lose its luster, and resembles a similar stone inside Kashi Vishwanath temple.
वो जो वहाँ पे मिली है, आकृति मिली है, वो पानी में पूरा जो कुआं है वह भी करीब 6 इंच से ज्यादा डूबा हुआ था. बाहर से वो दिख नहीं रहा था कि वो कुआं भी है. मुझे उस दिन उम्मीद ही नहीं थी कि वहाँ पे कुछ मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो पानी में पूरा डूबा हुआ था. और जब पानी में कोई चीज इतनी डूबी हुई है तो वो फव्वारा तो कभी थ्रो ही नहीं कर सकती.
So what else did the survey teams encounter during the high-profile surveys?
एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और अजीब चीज, जो मस्जिद का मुख्य गुंबद है, 3 गुंबद है वहाँ पर, जो मेन गुंबद है, बड़ा गुंबद है, उसमें मुझे एक पत्थर दिखाई पड़ा जो मंदिरों में लगने वाला पत्थर है, जिसमें 3 तरफ कलाकृतियां बनी हैं. यह रिपोर्ट में तो है पर मीडिया में चर्चा का विषय नहीं है.
मैं आपको एक प्रमाण दिखा रहा हूँ. ये है 154 साल. ये प्राचीन है. अब ये 2022 है. ये 2022 है. ये देखिए यहाँ पे पूरा वो था.
The Mahant of Kashi temple showed old images claiming that underground chambers of Gyanvapi complex had shivlings.
बाबा विश्वनाथ जी का शिवलिंग, विश्वेश्वर नाथ का शिवलिंग है. उसकी मैं पूजा पाठ, उनका राग भोग स्नान, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ नियम है कि बाबा अगर हैं तो उनका जो है दैनिक जो है स्नान ध्यान पूजन पाठ करा, ये महंत का दायित्व और व्यवस्था करना मेरा धर्म है, और उसको जो है लागू करने की मेरी जिम्मेदारी है. और भक्तों को खोलने की परमिशन अभी नहीं मांग रहा हूँ, क्योंकि भक्तगण जब खुलेंगे जब पूरा विवाद खत्म हुआ. लेकिन मैं ये दावा के साथ कर सकता हूँ वहाँ पर शिवलिंग है नीचे, और नीचे के शिवलिंग का जो पूजा पाठ जो 92 से बंद है, उसको जो मैं चालू जो पहले चलता रहा उसको मैं पुनः लागू करने की लिए याचिका दाखिल कर रहा हूँ.
The Hindu side has been saying that the 352-year-old Gyanvapi truth is finally out. The Muslim side gives its own version of the stone structure, calling it a fountain.
जो आदि ज्योतिर्लिंग है, जो लाखों साल पहले भगवान शिव ने यहाँ काशी नगरी बताई थी। ये वही जगह है जहाँ 5 करोड़ का अमुक्त एरिया डिक्लेयर किया था, बनाया था। और आपको ताजुब होगा कि जो गुम्बद तीनों बने हैं, ये गुम्बद के नीचे ओरिजिनल हिंदू गुम्बद है।
यह शिवलिंग में क्या क्या चीज़ें होती है ये हर हिंदू जानता है। और वो फुवारा है, फुवारा कटा हुआ होता है, उसमें निशान 5 खांचे बने हुए जिस पर फुवारा रख के फुवारा चलाया जाता है।
Will the court hearing settle the age-old debate? With Abhishek Mishra and Kumar Abhishek in Varanasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Gyanvapi moment for Karnataka's Mangaluru, is it? Hindu temple-like architecture seemed to have been found inside a mosque during renovation work. Now the VHP, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, demanding that renovation works be stalled until a survey is done.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
You are watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
All right, it seems like a Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru. A never-seen-before video of Hindu relics coming in from Mangaluru's mosque. The only channel with a video of Hindu architecture seen in a mosque. Let's cut across to those visuals where it appears has been taken at that particular mosque in Mangaluru, which the video extensively shows some Hindu symbolism at that mosque premises, the Hindu relics that have been found within that mosque premises. Now, remember, this mosque also is a very old mosque that stands in Karnataka's Mangaluru. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad asking for a survey at that mosque, saying that this was a temple earlier and a mosque was built over that temple. Now, clearly, we're looking at demands only growing and the clamor for reclaiming lost Hindu heritage echoing across different parts of India. Now, in Karnataka, where we're looking at elections around the corner, barely 11 months away, Karnataka elections coming close, at a time like this, you have a demand that is currently growing over this particular mosque in Mangaluru, where they claim, the Hindu side claim, that it was built over a temple, and that now a video that India Today has found shows some Hindu symbolism within that mosque premises. Part of that mosque was in fact brought down because the mosque committee was trying to renovate the premises of the mosque, and now just when the renovation work is underway, the Hindu side, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, the Hindu group, the right-wing Hindu group, has now asked for that renovation work to be stalled until a proper survey is done and documents of this mosque premises and its heritage, etc., is reviewed. Now, this is a video that India Today has accessed, the only channel to have accessed this video showing some Hindu symbolism within the mosque premises. Let me cut across to reaction on this.
ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅನ್ಯೋನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಎರಡೂ ಗುಂಪುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಡಳಿತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾರಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಮಿಟಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯೋದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Okay, the meeting was held by the local people. Okay. And they wanted to take a decision from everyone together. That there's a ritual called as Tambula Prashne. Gottalla? Tambula Prashne ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ. Okay, sir. So they wanted to do that Tambula Prashne. Okay. And find out like whether we should go ahead with this or not in those lines. Okay. Okay. What we have to do, legal fight, or what is the situation of our deity there. Okay. All those things. That thing is not done on the spot. Okay. Not on the disputed area. Okay. Okay. This puja ritual won't be done on the disputed area. The India Today people also called me a few minutes ago. Okay. Everywhere they are thinking it is going to be held in the disputed area. It is not going to be held in the disputed area. Okay. It is somewhere in that village. Okay. 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 Now, as an MLA, we have requested the district administration, the DC, district magistrate, to do a proper investigation into this and or hand over the case to the archaeological department. Okay. And give us a clear picture. What is the issue? Like, what is the structure? What kind of whether a temple was there or a Jaina Basidi was there? We want to know. That's the whole issue. Okay.
All right, that's Mangaluru MLA Bharat Shetty who's speaking on the same. Bharat Shetty says that they're going to carry out under his leadership, the BJP MLA says they're going to carry out a puja around the area of the mosque to try and see if their demands on reclaiming some Hindu heritage within that mosque premises echoes with the authorities concerned. They're going to carry out that puja today, is what we hear from that interview he's given to India Today. Now, after the Gyanvapi Mosque controversy, it seems like the same clamor has landed in Karnataka, while you have the Hindu groups now demanding for renovation of this mosque in Karnataka's Mangaluru to be stalled with immediate effect, as they say that they want the district administration to review the documents of the mosque and also to survey that mosque to see if there was a Hindu temple that laid below that mosque when it was built. Now, after Gyanvapi Mosque, similar sensational discovery seemed to have come to fore from Karnataka. A Hindu temple-like architectural design was discovered on the premises of an old mosque in Mangaluru in April. The incident has triggered speculation about whether a Hindu temple existed at the site. The temple-like structure was found during the renovation work at the Jama Masjid in Malali. Renovation work was conducted by the mosque authorities. District administration is now looking into old land records and entries regarding the ownership details. Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, the right-wing Hindu group, have appealed to the district administration to stop the work until documents are verified. All right, some big news coming in on the Varanasi court that begins hearing on the Gyanvapi case. The Muslim side says namaz being offered since 1936. The Muslim side further stating that the High Court ruled in favor of the Muslim side. India Today with the fastest court updates. We're tracking those court developments here as the Varanasi court has just begun hearing the matter. They're of course going to be looking into the maintainability of this case. Undoubtedly, that's going to be the priority for the district judge to see if at all this case itself can be taken up within the jurisdiction of the district court. But is it really? Can it really be taken up in the court of law, considering that there is already a law that in 1991 was made where it clearly restricted any kind of change of a religious character of any religious site. All right, we have some big news coming in. Varanasi court now adjourns the Gyanvapi case. The hearing on this case has been adjourned. There was all eyes that focused on the court and its verdict that was supposed to be coming out, but it appears that the Varanasi court has decided to adjourn the matter. Abhishek Mishras was following those developments. Abhishek, the Varanasi court has adjourned the case. What happened? We heard the Muslim side making a statement there, and just after that, the court has now adjourned the matter.
Well, certainly, Nabila, the matter has been adjourned for today, and we have reached at the gate. We're waiting for the petitioners and the advocates to come out, and then only it remains to be seen that and the order has been reserved for tomorrow. So that is the important development we are getting. We will only get to know about the order as far as the maintainability is concerned by tomorrow. The order has been made reserved. So the hearing went, and we would like to speak to the petitioners and to the people that what they have to say.
बाहर आने दो यार। रेडी गाड़ी लगाओ। महोदय ने सुना 711 के एप्लीकेशन पे उन्होंने कहा कि मैं भी इसका अध्ययन कर ले रहा हूँ, कल इस पर निर्णय दूंगा। कल फैसला सुनाएंगे। आदेश को सुरक्षित कर लिया गया। पीछे से क्या कर रहे हो? रोको पीछे से। आप बताइए क्या चर्चा क्या हुई? किसने पक्ष रखा? दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी बात को रखा, बहस किया और तस्वीरें दिखा देता हूँ। क्या चर्चा क्या हुई? किसने पक्ष रखा? दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी बात को रखा, बहस किया और आगे चलिए गुरुजी, पीछे ढक आगे सब पंजाब में आराम से बैठ मिलेगी, सबका समझाए, लेकिन इस तरीके नहीं, ये तरीके का नहीं, इस तरीके का नहीं। आराम से भाई, आराम से रखा गया है। आगे बढ़िए, दब जाएंगे। मुस्लिम पक्ष से अभी वह सब लेके पटल पे रखा गया है, ये बातें अभी डिस्क्लोज नहीं। सर वो जो प्रेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट है क्या उसका भी नहीं, अभी उस विषय पे अभी नहीं आए हम। आज ऑर्डर 711 पे ही बहस का केंद्रित थी। जी नहीं, अभी उस स्वीकार्यता पे अभी नहीं आई है। अभी ये जो एप्लीकेशन दिए हैं कि क्या ये मामला यहाँ चल सकता अथवा नहीं, उसी संदर्भ में। अच्छा, आप लोग तमाम दूसरी याचिकाएं भी लगा रहे थे, क्या उन पे भी कोई बातचीत हुई? जो भी पूरा की याचिकाएं इस मामले में पड़ी हुई हैं, वो माननीय न्यायालय कल ही उस पर विचार करेगा। ठीक है, चलो हो गया मौजूद। चलो आइए। मदन मोहन यादव देखिए, आज माननीय न्यायालय ने अपना ऑर्डर आज माननीय न्यायालय ने अपना ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा है इस आधार पे कि आज माननीय न्यायालय ने अपना ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा है इस आधार पे कि आगे अभी इस केस का प्रोसीजर क्या होगा, अगली तारीख सुनवाई की क्या होगी। हमने अपनी तरफ से एप्लीकेशन दी थी कि जो कमीशन की रिपोर्ट फाइल हुई है उसकी सीडी और फोटोग्राफ्स हमें प्रोवाइड की जाए और कमीशन की रिपोर्ट जो है इस केस के रिकॉर्ड पे पढ़ी जाए ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की हियरिंग पे। जो विपक्षी हैं उन्होंने कहा कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की सुनवाई पहले की जाए, तो माननीय न्यायालय ने आज अपना ऑर्डर सुरक्षित रखा है और एक प्रोसीजर बनाया जाएगा जिसके तहत
अब इस मामले की सुनवाई आगे होगी और उसका फैसला कल आएगा। जजमेंट
पिटीशन और कौन सी डेट पे
सुना जाएगा, किस ऑर्डर में सुना जाएगा और कब अगली सुनवाई की तारीख है, ये सारी बातें कल पता चलेंगी। कोर्ट ने अपना जजमेंट आज रिजर्व सुरक्षित कर लिया। मैंने बताया तो मैंने ये बहस रखी थी कोर्ट के सामने कि ऑर्डर 26 रूल 10 के तहत जो कमीशन की रिपोर्ट है वो 7/11 के साथ पढ़ी जाए। विपक्षी का ये कहना था मुस्लिम साइड्स का कि सिर्फ 7/11 आइसोलेशन में पढ़ा जाए, जिस पे माननीय न्यायालय ने कहा है कि हम पूरा रिकॉर्ड पेरूज करके, क्योंकि ये फाइल सिविल जज से अभी ट्रांसफर होके आई है, पूरा रिकॉर्ड पेरूज करके उसके बाद हम अपना आदेश पारित करेंगे और कल आदेश के लिए लगाया है। जो भी अगली तारीख है या जो भी प्रोसीजर है वो हमें कल पता चलेगा।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने क्या दलील दी?
सुनवाई होगी, किस पर सुनवाई होना चाहिए।
काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर के महंत दावा कर रहे थे उनको पूजा का अधिकार मिले।
अरे भाई, इसमें नहीं किए हैं, दूसरे में किए होंगे, इसमें उसका कोई प्रार्थना पत्र नहीं है।
सर क्या हुआ है, जरा विस्तार से बताया। आप लोगों का पक्ष किस तरह से मजबूत है पूरे मामले?
देखिए, पूरे मामले बाद सुनवाई जो हुई है, हमने जो कमीशन रिपोर्ट है, कमीशन रिपोर्ट के कॉपी मांगा है, जिसमें वीडियोग्राफी, फोटो और रिपोर्ट है। तो रिपोर्ट की कॉपी हम लोग को मिल गई है, वीडियोग्राफी, फोटो को नहीं मिला है। माननीय न्यायालय सिविल जज सीनियर डिवीजन द्वारा यह आदेश किया गया था कि कमीशन पर जिसको आपत्ति हो आपत्ति दे।
आपत्ति दर्ज करके क्या आपत्ति दर्ज की गई? याचिकाएं लगाई गई हैं। आज कुल कितनी याचिकाएं नहीं लगाई गई हैं?
याचिका कुछ नहीं लगाई गई, प्रार्थना पत्र पहले दी गई थी। आज हमारी तरफ से प्रार्थना पत्र दिया गया कि कमीशन की रिपोर्ट जो आई है उसकी वीडियोग्राफी कॉपी दी जाए, कॉपी दी जाए, उसके बाद हम आपत्ति लगाए, तब आप सुने दावा।
मामले पर आज क्या हुआ है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो टिप्पणी की थी उस पर क्या आज
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मामले पर ही न्यायालय संज्ञान लेकर के कल आदेश करेगी। किस प्रार्थना पत्र पहले सुने।
कितने बजे आदेश हो जाएगा?
आदेश न्यायालय करके हाँ लगभग ये मान के
लगभग 2 बजे। आपका पक्ष मजबूत नजर आ रहे हैं?
एकदम मजबूत है, कहे चिंता कर रही है, पूरा मजबूत है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
3 पॉइंट बता दीजिए आप, 3 आधार क्या है?
अरे अभी तो सुनवाई नहीं होता, आधार कैसे बता देंगे? पर्याप्त आधार है, मंदिर है वह।
आप लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी है अंदर?
पूरा बात रखा गया था। अरे जब हमने बता तो दिया कि अभी कमीशन पर है।
कोई चर्चा हुई है?
नहीं, इस पर कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है।
अभी सिर्फ कमीशन रिपोर्ट
खाने का भी इनकार किया, फव्वारे शिवलिंग का भी इनकार।
आज इस पर कोई बहस नहीं हुई है। आज सिर्फ बहस हुई है किस पर न्यायालय सुनेगी।
आदेश नहीं आएगा, सुनवाई होगी।
दावा किस मुद्दे पर किया गया? क्योंकि 3-4 याचिकाएं लगी हुई थी।
दावा तो किया गया पूजा पाठ रख रखाव, देवी देवताओं, माँ श्रृंगार गौरी के साथ हनुमान जी, विग्रह जी, हनुमान जी, शंकर जी, गणेश जी इत्यादि का पूजा।
लेकिन डीएम कहते हैं कि हमने सारी व्यवस्था की है वजू खाने को भी लेकर, तो क्या समानांतर तौर पर ये व्यवस्थाएं चलती रहेंगी?
यह डीएम किए हैं तो डीएम करेंगे, न्यायालय का आदेश से होगा, डीएम करते रहेंगे, जो न्यायालय आदेश करेंगे।
ये पूजा का अधिकार मिलेगा? किया जाएगा? तक की जाए?
क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
कब तक, कब सुनवाई होगी?
देखिए, जब तो न्यायालय सुनती है, डेट।
एक और चीज, क्योंकि दीवार तोड़ने की बात बार बार कही जा रही है, क्या उसकी भी चर्चा हुई थी?
आज न्यायालय में दीवार तोड़ने वाले प्रार्थना पत्र या मलबा हटवाने वाले प्रार्थना पत्र पर चर्चा नहीं हुई है। आज सिर्फ कमीशन रिपोर्ट लेने के लिए विपक्षी द्वारा बल दिया गया है, दावा इनका पोषण है, इस पर खारिज करने के लिए चर्चा हुई है। अब माननीय न्यायालय आदेश।
एक मिनट सर, क्या रहा है पहले ये बता दीजिए, क्या रहा आज कोर्ट के अंदर, ये बता दीजिए सर। एक मिनट, का नहीं हुआ है।
चलो ना, चलो
इंटरकनेक्ट करके सुनवाई किया जाए, क्योंकि पहले स्वरूप तय हो जाए कि उसकी स्वरूप क्या, नेचर क्या है उस परिसर का। उसके बाद जो है माननीय न्यायालय जो है इस पे 7/11 पर सुनवाई करे। माननीय न्यायालय ने दोनों पक्षों को सुना और अपने कहा कि भाई कल जो इस पे जो हम आदेश आ जाएगा किस पे हमको सुनवाई करनी है।
तो कल वो एक्चुअली ये देखेंगे कि किस पे सुनवाई
हाँ, किस पे बिल्कुल माननीय
कुछ नई याचिकाएं भी दाखिल
किए हैं, कई लोग किए हैं, वो लोग अपना माननीय न्यायालय सुनेंगे उसको, वो उनका विषय है, हम लोग से कोई उससे लेना देना नहीं है।
1991 एक्ट को लेकर कुछ इस विषय पर चर्चा हुई
क्या जी?
1991 एक्ट को लेकर कुछ चर्चा हुई आज?
चर्चा अभी तो सुनवाई 7/11 रूल होगी, अभी तो सुनवाई शुरू कहाँ हुई है। अब ये कल तय होगा कि किस पे सुनवाई, प्राथमिकता किसको दिया जाए। मुस्लिम पक्ष कह रहा था कि 7/11 पे ही सुनवाई हो। हम लोगों ने कहा इंटरकनेक्ट करिए, सारे साक्ष्यों को आ जाने दीजिए, हम लोगों के पब्लिक डोमेन में हम लोगों को आ जाने दीजिए, हम लोग वीडियो देख लें, चिप देख लें, सारे फोटोग्राफी, उसके बाद ये तो तय हो कि स्वरूप क्या है, फिर उसके बाद दोनों को कनेक्ट करते हुए सुनवाई किया जाए। माननीय न्यायालय का कल हम बताएंगे कि किस विषय पर कल जो है सुनवाई किस पे होगी।
Gyanvapi Mosque hearing has now been adjourned. Basically, the court will now decide on the maintainability of this case itself tomorrow. This is a mega verdict that was awaited from the district court in Varanasi, which the Supreme Court had given powers to take up the matter on maintainability of this suit in the first place. The Hindu side appealing for worship to be allowed at the Gyanvapi complex, the back part of the Gyanvapi Mosque, a wall that has large Hindu symbolism as per the Hindus' plea. Now, this whether this plea itself can be entertained in court, whether it is maintainable, considering there's already a law called the Places of Worship Act of 1991, which does not allow for any religious site to be touched post-independence. Now, the maintainability issue possibly now will be taken up by court tomorrow. Barely half an hour after the hearing began, the court has decided to adjourn the matter to tomorrow. Let's take a listen at reactions pouring in on the same.
विपक्ष द्वारा 7/11 पर बल दिया गया कि दावा इनका पोषणी नहीं है, इस पर सुन लिया जाए। माननीय न्यायालय ने दोनों को सुनने के बाद, तमाम रूलिंग सुनने के बाद उन्होंने आदेश के लिए लगा दिया, कल आदेश करेंगे किस पर सुनेंगे पहले और किस तिथि को सुनेंगे, इसका ऑर्डर कल आएगा।
अच्छा, अभी तक और
फैसला नहीं, ऑर्डर ऐसा फैसला कह देते हो लगता है बहुत बड़ा फैसला है। अरे किस पर सुनेंगे इसका उन्होंने कल ऑर्डर करेंगे, माननीय न्यायालय करेंगे।
अच्छा, इनमें से सबसे पहले किस पर सुनेंगे?
हाँ,
हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से दीवार तोड़ने वाली जो याचिका थी, इस पर क्या हुआ?
इस पर अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है। अब न्यायालय कल तय करेगी कि पहले किस पर सुनेगी। आज जो सुन ली है, अपने लोगों ने वरीयता बताया। हमारे विपक्षी ने कहा कि हमारा दावा पोषणी नहीं है इनका, इसलिए पर सुन लिया जाए।
ये उल्लंघन है तो दोनों
लेवल में मुख्य प्रेयर क्या है, उसमें क्या चीज देखी जाएगी?
पोषणीयता है कि नहीं, मेंटेनेबल है कि नहीं दावा, इस पे जो है बहस होनी है। वो आर्गुमेंट देंगे प्रतिवादी। अभी उनका भी अभी कल माननीय न्यायालय तय करके आदेश आएगा, तय करेंगे कि किसको पहले सुनना है।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने क्या दलीलें रखी, क्या किन बातों का आज
यही दलीलें रखा कि पोषणी नहीं है, इसको निरस्त किया जाए। ये तो अभी हो ही रहा है, इस पे आर्गुमेंट होगा। अपने पक्ष को उन्होंने रखा है।
चाहते बाकी पेटिशंस को भी साथ लिया जाए, आपकी तरफ से क्या?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हम लोगों की मांग ये है कि सबको साथ लेकर चला जाए, साक्ष्यों को भी साथ लेकर चला जाए।
आपको लगता है कि न्यायाधीश इन बातों को मद्देनजर
रखेंगे? कल उनका निर्णय कल आ जाएगा, कल आने दीजिए उनके निर्णय को।
अभी तक क्या रिपोर्ट को देखा गया है जो साक्ष्य दिए गए थे?
अभी रिपोर्ट नहीं, अब माननीय न्यायालय देखे हैं कि नहीं ये हम लोग नहीं जानते। अब ये उनका विषय है। अब रिपोर्ट अभी हम लोग के सामने वीडियोग्राफी वगैरह कुछ आई नहीं है, आ जाने दीजिए, फिर हम लोग जो है
तक उम्मीद कर सकते हैं इस पर?
कल दोपहर में आ जाएगा।
साफ तौर पर इस पूरे मामले में कहीं ना कहीं जिस बात को लेकर के, इसी पोषणीयता को लेकर के सवाल खड़े किए जा रहे थे, उस पर फैसला सुरक्षित कर लिया है वाराणसी के न्यायाधीश ने, और उसको कल यानी कि मंगलवार को सामने रखा जाएगा, जिसके बाद में ये बहस कहां जाती है ये तय होगा। वाराणसी से कैमरामैन गौरव के साथ अभिषेक मिश्रा, आज तक।
All right, there you have reactions coming in on the same. We're looking at the Gyanvapi Mosque controversy that only now will prevail until the court gives out a verdict on this. Reactions, of course, coming in by the minute.
कल आदेश करेगी कि प्रार्थना पत्र पहले सुनेगी।
कितने बजे आदेश हो जाएगा?
आदेश न्यायालय करके, हाँ, लगभग ये मान के
लगभग 2 बजे। ये बताइए, आज पक्ष मजबूत नजर आ रहे हैं?
एकदम मजबूत है, काहे चिंता कर रही है, पूरा मजबूत है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
3 पॉइंट बता दीजिए आप, 3 आधार क्या है?
अरे अभी तो सुनवाई नहीं, आधार कैसे बता देंगे? पर्याप्त आधार है, मंदिर है वह।
आप लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी है अंदर?
पूरा बात रखा गया था। अरे जब हमने बता तो दिया कि अभी कमीशन पर है।
कोई चर्चा हुई है?
नहीं, इस पर कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है।
अभी सिर्फ कमीशन रिपोर्ट,
कमीशन रिपोर्ट
उठाने का भी इनकार किया, फव्वारे शिवलिंग का भी इनकार।
आज इस पर कोई बहस नहीं हुई है। आज सिर्फ बहस हुई किस पर न्यायालय सुनेगी।
आदेश नहीं आएगा, सुनवाई होगी।
दावा किस मुद्दे पर किया गया, क्योंकि 3-4 याचिकाएं लगी हुई थी?
दावा तो किया गया पूजा पाठ, रख रखाव, देवी देवताओं, माँ श्रृंगार गौरी के साथ हनुमान जी, विग्रह जी, हनुमान जी, शंकर जी, गणेश जी इत्यादि का पूजा।
लेकिन डीएम कहते हैं कि हमने सारी व्यवस्था की है वजू खाने को भी लेकर, तो क्या समानांतर तौर पर ये व्यवस्थाएं चलती रहेंगी?
या डीएम किए हैं तो डीएम करेंगे, न्यायालय का आदेश से होगा, डीएम करते रहेंगे, जो न्यायालय आदेश करेंगे।
ये पूजा का अधिकार मिलेगा किया जाएगा? तब तक की जाए,
क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
कब तक, कब सुनवाई होगी?
देखिए, जब तो न्यायालय सुनती है उसको डेट।
एक और चीज, क्योंकि दीवार तोड़ने की बात बार बार कही जा रही है, क्या उसकी भी चर्चा हुई थी?
आज न्यायालय में दीवार तोड़ने वाले प्रार्थना पत्र या मलबा हटवाने वाले प्रार्थना पत्र पर चर्चा नहीं हुई है। आज सिर्फ कमीशन रिपोर्ट लेने के लिए विपक्षी द्वारा बल दिया गया है। दावा इनका पोषणी है, इस पर खारिज करने के लिए चर्चा हुई है। अब माननीय न्यायालय आदेश।
एक मिनट सर, क्या रहा है पहले ये बता दीजिए, क्या रहा आज कोर्ट के अंदर, ये बता दीजिए सर। एक मिनट, का नहीं हुआ है।
चलो ना, चलो।
हेलो,
आज कोर्ट में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश का हवाला देते हुए मैंने ये कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये 20/5/2022 के आदेश में तय कर दिया है कि हम लोगों की जो ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 वाज की पोषणीयता पर जो दिया गया प्रार्थना पत्र है, उस पर पहले सुनवाई की जाए, और यही मैंडेट है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का। उधर से बहस की गई
कि साहब कमीशन की रिपोर्ट की हमको कॉपी दी जाए, हम कमीशन की रिपोर्ट को ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करेंगे और कमीशन की रिपोर्ट के लाइट में भी कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 देखा जाएगा। उस पर मैंने विधि व्यवस्था सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दी कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 के लिए केवल प्लेंट देखा जाएगा, जो उनका मुकदमा दाखिल किए हैं उसी को पढ़ा जाएगा, इसके लिए कोई कमीशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और सीधी बात ये है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया है कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की एप्लीकेशन पहले डिसाइड होगी। इस पर माननीय न्यायालय ने कल के लिए आदेश पारित करने के लिए फाइल सुरक्षित कर ली है। अब ये कल के आदेश से ये हो जाएगा कि सुनवाई किस एप्लीकेशन पर होने जा रही है।
उसके अंदर एक स्ट्रक्चर नजर आया जिसको माना जाता है शिवलिंग है। इसको ये जबरदस्ती फुहारा कह के हमारे हिंदू समाज को, काशी वासियों को खासकर इन पर एक हैमर मार रहे हैं, जिससे भावना आहत हो रही है। और इन सभी लोगों को जो लगातार टीवी चैनलों पर इसको फुहारा कह के प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं, इन पर आईपीसी की इन 2 धाराओं के तहत 5 साल की सजा का मुकदमा कायम होना चाहिए। ये लोग आगे यहाँ बेल करावें और अपना मुकदमा लड़े।
तो ये पिटीशन एक्सेप्ट होगी या फिर रिजेक्ट होगी?
रिजेक्ट होगी, एक्सेप्ट होगी, शाम 4 बजे पता चलेगा। अभी बहस करें, दाखिल हो गया क्रिमिनल प्रोसीडिंग।
हरिशंकर पांडे जी, हरिशंकर पांडे जी, आपकी
मैडम हाथ मत लगाइए। 156 हेलो
अभी कर रहे हैं, उसका जवाब दिया जाएगा ना। अभी कोर्ट में रखेंगे तो कोर्ट का जवाब दिया जाएगा पर्याप्त।
साफ तौर पर हिंदू पक्ष के वकील हैं और सीधे तौर पर इस पूरे मामले में बात कह रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरीके से आज आदेश को सुरक्षित रखा गया है, उसके बाद में कल कोर्ट में ये बात साफ हो जाएगी कि किस आधार पे और किस मामले को पहले सुना जाएगा। वाराणसी से कैमरामैन गौरव के साथ अभिषेक मिश्रा, आज तक।
You have the Gyanvapi, in fact, the case that was in court will now be taken up in court tomorrow. The district court, of course, to decide whether or not this case is maintainable in the court of law. We are looking at the Gyanvapi controversy escalating and the suspense, of course, prevailing until the court, of course, gives out a verdict on this. The hearing before the Varanasi district court today was to determine how the hearing will proceed further in this case entirely. The Muslim side, on one hand, has said that the application on maintainability under Order 7, Rule 11 ought to be taken up first in accordance with the Supreme Court's orders, but the Hindu side, on the other hand, has requested for the report filed by the Commission to be taken up for consideration on priority. The judge now, after hearing both the sides, has reserved the order on the limited issue of how the hearing in this case will proceed. Tomorrow, the judge is expected to give this decision on how hearing will be conducted and how the matter will indeed progress before the district court. The Varanasi court now has decided to hold this matter until tomorrow. There are several layers to this case, of course. Pleas asking for a survey on one hand, which has been carried out and the survey report has been filed. The Hindu side, of course, wanting the survey findings to be deliberated upon. That on one hand. On the other, you have the Muslim side saying that this entire survey itself is illegal in the first place. It defies the Places of Worship Act of 1991. And further, Muslim side saying that the application on maintainability under Order 7 and Rule 11 ought to be taken up first in accordance with the Supreme Court's orders. Let's take a listen. Reactions on the same.
माननीय जज महोदय ने दोनों पक्षों को सुना। 7 और 11 के एप्लीकेशन पे उन्होंने कहा कि मैं भी इसका अध्ययन कर ले रहा हूँ, कल इस पर निर्णय दूंगा। कल वो फैसला सुनाएंगे, यानी ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा गया। आदेश को सुरक्षित कर लिया गया।
आज माननीय न्यायालय ने अपना ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा है इस आधार पे कि आगे अब इस केस का प्रोसीजर क्या होगा, अगली तारीख सुनवाई की क्या होगी। हमने अपनी तरफ से एप्लीकेशन दी थी कि जो कमीशन की रिपोर्ट फाइल हुई है उसकी सीडी और फोटोग्राफ्स हमें प्रोवाइड की जाए और कमीशन की रिपोर्ट जो है इस केस के रिकॉर्ड पे पढ़ी जाए ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की हियरिंग पे। जो विपक्षी हैं उन्होंने कहा कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की सुनवाई पहले की जाए। तो माननीय न्यायालय ने आज अपना ऑर्डर सुरक्षित रखा है और एक प्रोसीजर बनाया जाएगा जिसके तहत अब इस मामले की सुनवाई आगे होगी। तो कल और इसका फैसला कल आएगा। जजमेंट पिटीशन और कौन सी डेट पे सुना जाएगा, किस ऑर्डर में सुना जाएगा और कब अगली सुनवाई की तारीख है, ये सारी बातें कल पता चलेंगी। कोर्ट ने अपना जजमेंट आज रिजर्व।
Abhishek Mishras is now joining us for the very latest and taking the broadcast forward. Abhishek, I'm going to throw straight across to you. Big developments coming in. I'm throwing straight across to you to encapsulate for our viewers who have just tuned in at the top of this hour.
Well, certainly, Chaiti, in this whole hearing today, the Varanasi court judge has now kept the decision for tomorrow, and tomorrow it will be out that under which this whole case be heard, at what date it will be heard. He has heard to the arguments of the Muslim side. which was very keen on having giving reference about the the maintainability of this case. But primarily, after hearing both the sides, the Hindu side and the Muslim side, this has been made clear. And of course, the judge has now kept the decision as far as this whole case is concerned. I'm joined by Madan Mohan ji. Madan Mohan ji, हम इस वक्त लाइव हैं. ये बताइए, आज क्या कहा गया कोर्ट में? प्रमुख तौर पे मुख्य बातें क्या कही गई?
आज 7/11 पे माननीय न्यायालय ने सुना और उसको फैसला सुरक्षित रख लिया. चूंकि माननीय न्यायालय के पटल पे आज ही फाइल आई है, तो वो स्वतः अध्ययन करना चाहते हैं और साथ में कई पूरे प्रार्थना पत्र पड़े हुए हैं, उनको भी कल ही सुनेंगे, जिसमें पूजा के अधिकार का विषय है यहाँ के महंत जी के द्वारा. और एक बड़ी बात है कि हमारे द्वारा कहा गया कि जो वीडियोग्राफी फोटोग्राफी है वो हमें उपलब्ध करा दी जाए, जिसमें हम अध्ययन कर सके.
बिल्कुल. आज तय ये नहीं तय हो पाया, मेंटेनेबिलिटी पर अभी कोई बात
नहीं जी, अभी उस पर बात नहीं, कल उस पर रखी जाएगी. और अभी भी हमें भी तैयारी का अवसर मिलेगा, क्योंकि आज विपक्षी ने अपनी बात न्यायालय के समक्ष रखा, उसके पूरा हमने भी रखा, तो कल ही स्पष्ट होगा.
कल के फैसले में क्या क्लियर हो जाएगा? तारीख या किस मुकदमे को उठाना है?
ये माननीय न्यायालय के विवेकाधिकार का विषय है मित्र, हम क्या बता सकते हैं.
मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से क्या कुछ आर्गुमेंट रखे गए? हमें जिस तरीके की जानकारी मिली, उन्होंने अपने इस बात को रखा है कि इस पर चर्चा मेंटेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के, या कुछ पिछले उन्होंने बातों का रेफरेंस दिया?
जी, उन्होंने ग्राह्यता पे ही इसके बात रखी है. तो माननीय न्यायालय ने कल निर्णय उस पर अध्ययन सुनेगा, परिशीलन करेगा, फिर हमें अपना अवसर देंगे, हमें भी बात रखने और निर्णय कल देंगे.
अच्छा, रिपोर्ट को लेकर के अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई हो पाई? क्या रिपोर्ट को देखा गया या कुछ उस पर बातचीत, उस पर कोई सवाल?
ऑन रिकॉर्ड को रिपोर्ट तो देखा गया है, परंतु अभी वीडियोग्राफी और इसका स्टिल फोटोग्राफी को हम लोगों ने अवलोकन नहीं किया, अध्ययन नहीं किया, वो हमारे समक्ष प्रस्तुत नहीं हुई है, इसलिए अभी वो हमारे समक्ष आती है तो इस पे अध्ययन करेंगे.
अच्छा, गोपनीयता रखी गई थी, 23 से 24 लोग को अलाउ किया गया था अंदर कोर्ट में. कौन कौन लोग थे जो मौजूद थे आज?
विपक्ष के अधिवक्ता, शासकीय अधिवक्ता और हिंदू पक्ष के सारे अधिवक्ता यही थे. और कोई
कमिश्नर वहाँ पे मौजूद नहीं थे, और जो पूर्व कमिश्नर थे अजय मिश्रा, उनको भी
नहीं, उनकी भूमिका अब समाप्त हो चुकी है. अगर माननीय न्यायालय पुनः कहता है कि जो शेष कार्रवाई है उसको पूर्ण करिए, तो उन्हें पुनः कहा जाता है या नए एडवोकेट कमिश्नर नियुक्त हो सकते हैं.
कल फैसला आने के बाद में आपको लगता है कि मुस्लिम पक्ष का जो आर्गुमेंट है कि ये सस्टेनेबल ही नहीं है पूरा केस, अब इसकी मेंटेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के, उसमें आपको कुछ बात नजर आती है उनके?
नहीं, मुझे तो नहीं लगती है, क्योंकि इसका जो फ्रेमिंग हमने इस मुकदमे की है, समग्र अध्ययन करने के बाद इसमें संस्कृत के विद्वान, इतिहासकार, आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट और विधि विशेषज्ञ और राम जन्मभूमि के आए हुए फैसले का हमने समग्र अध्ययन किया है. उसके बाद ही इसको फ्रेम करके माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत किया है.
आखिरी सवाल है, महंत कुलपति तिवारी ने जो याचिका लगाई है, उस पर भी कल तय होगा कि सुनवाई होगी?
जी, कल माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष रखा गया यह विषय, तो वो कल ही वो सुनेंगे.
साफ तौर पर मदन मोहन जी हमारे साथ में थे. ही इज वन ऑफ द लॉयर्स फ्रॉम द हिंदू साइड एंड ही इज क्लियरली सेइंग दैट द कोर्ट हैड लिसन्ड टू द एवरी आर्गुमेंट. दे हैव हर्ड टू द मुस्लिम साइड who has been given reference as far as the maintainability is concerned. Now the court has decided as far as when and where how this this case will be heard. So that decision has been kept now. Tomorrow it will be revealed, and very importantly, because today one more petition has been filed by the Mahant Kulpati Tiwari of the Kashi Vishwanath temple, claiming that there is a Shivlinga just on the basement of the Vajukana. So that is also one important development which has come across as far as this whole case is concerned. But the court has heard this hearing, which has gone for about 45 minutes.
All right, Abhishek, we'll come back to you for more on this particular story. In the meanwhile, we're getting a breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to the news break that is coming at this point of time after Gyanvapi. After Gyanvapi Mosque, similar demands to survey a mosque in Karnataka has now taken center stage. This comes after a video surfaced showing a Hindu temple-like architectural design discovered on the premises of old mosque in Mangaluru in April. On the basis of this video, the Hindu right-wing group Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now raised doubts on whether this mosque was built over a temple or not. The temple-like structure was found during the renovation work at Jama Masjid in Malali. The renovation work which was conducted by the mosque authorities has been temporarily halted on the directions of the district administration, and the reason it is halted is because they've cited sensitivity of the matter. District administration is now looking into old land records and ownership details of this centuries-old mosque. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad leaders have appealed now to district administration to stop all the work till the documents are verified. We're getting some reaction coming in on the story, cutting across to it.
ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅನ್ಯೋನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಎರಡೂ ಗುಂಪುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಡಳಿತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾರಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಮಿಟಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯೋದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
All right, we are getting Bharat Shetty, the BJP MLA, joining us on this broadcast. But before that, let's go to our reporter to bring you this news break that he's breaking at this point of time. Karthik joins us live at the moment on this breaking news. Karthik, now this entire, survey, the way it is happening for Gyanvapi as well, it is now moved to Karnataka. Bring us up to speed with the development, and then we'll get a reaction from the BJP on this.
Well, this issue actually broke out last month when, an alleged temple-like structure was found, underneath, a mosque that was being renovated at Malali village. Now, we're talking about a very old mosque that is present there. And after this was found, many right-wing groups raised a hue and cry, and they said that they approached the DC as well and said that the documents of this property has to be verified. And this is when they also went to the courts, and the court issued that that status quo must be maintained there for a week, and the renovation works must be stopped until there's more clarity in this issue. And the DC as well started an investigation into it. And very recently also BJP MLA met a few of temple devotees as well, and they have discussed to conduct a Tambula Prashni Puja, a puja in Malali village on 25th. They are planning to hold the.
All right, hold on, Karthik, we've got a bird's eye view of what is going on. Bharat Shetty of the BJP is now joining us. Mr. Shetty, where do you stand as the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as now this particular structure is concerned as well? There is already one controversy on as far as Gyanvapi is concerned, and now this in Karnataka. What is the official stance of the Bharatiya Janata Party on this?
See, the thing is, during the demolition of the mosque, when this temple-like structure was seen, totally the local people were very apprehensive about what has happened, and there have been historical references also for few temples being present in that area, and they're not being seen now. They're not visible anywhere around. So they were very apprehensive, and Vishwa Hindu Parishad and a few Hindu leaders have approached the court, and they've got a stay on the demolition. There's a stay on the demolition order now, demolition now. Now, after that, there's a Tambula Prashna, as your reporter just told now. It's a part of astrology in Hindu belief system. The locals have asked for a Tambula Prashna Puja.
No, Mr. Shetty, I want to know where does the Bharatiya Janata Party politically stands on this particular issue? Our reporter mentioned what the Vishwa Hindu Parishad has demanded as well, but what is the stance of the BJP? That's not coming across clearly.
We have already asked the district administration to ask for a archaeological Department of India's intervention into this, and they should do a proper survey and find out what is the truth. That is our stand. Hello?
Right. Why do you think this is an ancient temple? It can be an old mosque wall too.
So there is nothing wrong in doing a survey of this thing. Let the truth come out, whatever the structure it is. Let the competent authority go ahead with that, and let them give a report on that. That is our stand as of now.
And are you trying to recreate now a Gyanvapi-like situation in Karnataka to gain political mileage of this situation?
No, I don't think we should put political color to this issue. It should be handled, it's a social issue. We need to know what has happened before. And every time this issue is come forward, everyone is hiding behind the Place of Worship Act. We are just not claiming anything. We need to know what's the truth. I think we would go ahead with the survey.
And you want a Gyanvapi-like survey exactly like that to be conducted over there in Karnataka?
Now, whatever the technology we have, whatever the competent authorities have, however they can do it, carbon dating maybe, and whatever they have to do, we want to know the truth. That's the whole issue.
But when you do this again and again, it ruffles certain feathers as far as communal harmony and maintenance of communal harmony is concerned. Aren't you worried about that?
Not at all. We have a right to know the truth. The present generation needs to know the truth. We have been reading history which has been modified as the historians wanted it to. Let the truth come out. The society will decide what direction it has to go. We can't hide from the society all these things.
It is also perceived to be that, political parties do this in a bid to influence the polls as well. As far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, what's your stance on that?
See, again, I'm telling you, this should not be taken as a political issue at all. And all the parties should come forward. What is wrong in doing a survey?
There's nothing wrong in asking you what political mileage you're ending up getting, because most of the times
we are not looking at any political mileage. We are not looking at any political mileage.
But then aren't you afraid? Aren't you really genuinely afraid of the communal disharmony that
there won't be a communal disharmony.
Requests like this end up creating?
I don't think there should be a communal disharmony.
Why do you think that?
Because even they should come forward and tell if it is the truth, they should agree with the truth.
But it is always us versus them, Hindu versus Muslim. How far are we going to go in this country trying to dig out what has happened in the past rather than moving on? We're always going back to our structures to see whether there was a mosque there, whether there was a mandir there. At the end of the day, it's a place of worship, and I think the Bharatiya Janata Party will respect the fact that it's a place of worship, and let's go on with life.
Yeah, it's whose place of worship?
Again, that is the exact, I rest my case when you say whose place of worship, because then you're creating an us versus them situation.
This argument is like, you come, you destroy my house, you stay in my house, and I should not ask.
But that means that you're looking at this whole entire thing with a single myopic lens of us versus them. Anyway, what kind of ritual?
It is not about us versus them. It is what has happened before and why you are not being told, why it is hidden from us.
What kind of ritual do you want to perform at the mosque now?
No rituals will be performed at a mosque. No rituals will be performed at that disputed site. No rituals will be performed. It is a sealed area. No one can go there. Whatever the rituals will be done by the locals, it will be done. It is not done by me or anybody else. The locals will decide. It will be done in some temple, nearby temple, or any area they chose, but not in the sealed area.
So as far as you are concerned, you just want a survey to be conducted. You don't have any proof or evidence at this point of time that there was a temple over there?
No, the visual proofs are there, but historical references are also there. Historical references are there, but I think the competent authority should go and comment about it.
At the moment, you just have circumstantial evidence and nothing else?
I have some what I have read, I have seen what I have read, some historical references are there, but we need to know the exact point of that. As an MLA, I can't tell that is the truth or that is not the truth. Competent authority should give its opinion on that.
So you at the end of the day, net want to create a Gyanvapi like survey. You want a survey to be created. You want you want the truth to come out. Whatever the survey reveals, you just want a survey and the truth to come out. Am I getting that right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Mr. Bharat Shetty, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
With your inputs right there. That was Bharat Shetty of the Bharatiya Janata Party with his inputs as far as this controversy is concerned. After Gyanvapi, this similar demand has come in to survey a mosque in Karnataka that has taken center stage now. This is coming in after a video surfaced showing Hindu temple-like architecture design discovered on the premises of old mosque in Mangaluru in April. On the basis of this video that is on your screens right now, it is an India Today exclusive. The Hindu right-wing group Vishwa Hindu Parishad has raised doubts on whether this mosque was built over a temple or not. The temple-like structure was found during the renovation work at Juma Masjid in Malali. The renovation work was conducted by mosque authorities, but temporarily halted on the directions of district administration, citing a quote-unquote sensitivity of the matter. Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has triggered a big debate over madrasas with his controversial remarks, claiming that the word madrasas should cease to exist. Assam Chief Minister stoked a huge controversy by stating that the system should not be enforced on young students. Sarma advocated that students should be allowed entry to any religious institution at an age where they can make their own decisions. The Chief Minister has further said that Quran must be taught to children at home and that admitting children at madrasas is a violation of the human rights. In 2020, Assam decided to dissolve all the government-run madrasas and convert them into general education institutions in a bid to facilitate the secular education system.
एक बच्चा को जो उम्र में मदरसे में दाखिल किया जाता है वो नहीं जानते हैं कि मुझको कहाँ दाखिल किया गया है, लेकिन कोई समय ऐसा है बच्चा बड़ा होके देखता है हम कहाँ पढ़ा, यहाँ से तो मेरा कोई आगे का रास्ता नहीं है। इसीलिए एंट्री टू एनी रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूट should be in a age where you can take your own decisions. पिता माता आपको बच्चा में कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन में दाखिल करा दे और भविष्य में पूरा रास्ता ही बंद हो जाए, ये मेरा हिसाब से वायलेशन ऑफ बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट्स।
A shocking video has emerged from a PFI rally in Kerala's Alappuzha. A young boy can be seen chanting provocative slogans and raising hate chants against Hindus and Christians. At the rally with PFI activists all gathered, the boy shouts out warning, saying Lord Yama, the god of death, will visit homes of people if people do not live respectfully amongst them. The viral video shows the minor being carried on a man's shoulder and in the rally and calling Hindus to keep rice ready and for Christians to keep incense ready, used in the final rituals. He goes on to chant to be ready for Lord Yama to visit. India Today has reached out to the PFI for a comment on this hate slogan by a minor in the rally. PFI spokesperson stated that slogans were not raised in the conference, but during the rally where thousands participated, and that the slogans were not against Hindus or Christians, but Hindutva, terrorists and fascists.
There is a video circulated through Sanghi media. It is not against the Hindu or Christian community. The slogan raised these children against the Hindutva terrorism, who are wipe out or who are planning to do a genocide against Muslims and minorities. So this slogan against only the Hindutva terror led by RSS, not only the community of Hindu community or Christian community. Actually, we have provided the slogans for rising in the rally. The conference. Officially, we are giving the slogans, printed material we have given. Children, child also raised, this boy also raised the slogan against RSS. But our organization, a few lines, 2-3 lines are not favor for our view movement. Or our movement or our ideology. So we are regret a few lines of that slogan.
In Karnataka, when the Congress was in power, they withdrew cases against the PFI. They even allied with the SDPI. Now in Kerala, the left parties, which once upon a time said PFI was the avatar of Simi, is allowing them this kind of free run, giving them patronage, defending them when they indulge in murders of nationalists in Kerala. And today, this kind of hatred and bigotry seen on the streets of Kerala. But where is that entire Islamophobia ecosystem, that ecosystem of so-called secularities? Why aren't they taking a position on this? Will they come out and call out the left government for allowing a free pass to the PFI, people for incitement?
Pramod Madhav is joining us live. Pramod, I understand that this is a young boy chanting these slogans, but the fact of the matter is, who is really influencing these young minds, and how does the administration now plan to, put an end to this situation and take the perpetrators to task?
Well, PFI definitely has a lot of things to answer to, because earlier when we spoke to the General Secretary, Rao said that it was just like a child in the crowd and they tried to stop him. But here's another video for nearly 2.5 minutes where this child is seen once again raising slogans, and that too in the evening. So it means like the child has been a part of the rally for a longer period and the child was allowed to speak in such manner. Definitely the child did not come up with these slogans, and he has completely mesmerized us. These are the questions we put forward to the PFI. Only they are trying to defend themselves, claiming that this is not a very important issue. They were only trying to talk about the slogan of protect the republic. But definitely the child being there and speaking in such manner, responsibility definitely falls upon PFI.
Leave it at that. Thanks from Pramod for joining us with the very latest details. We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. But when we return, Taliban's all-out assault on women's rights. This and more in just about a minute.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. The rights of Afghan women has been completely reversed as Taliban's burqa mandate has come into effect. Since the extremist Taliban group staged a takeover last August, they have mounted an all-out assault on women's rights, imposing restrictions on women's movement, ability to work and dress up. Now that group has said that women must wear face coverings. TV presenters, you can see on your screens right there, in Afghanistan are now anchoring with burqas. They've expressed their frustration over this new ruling that they must cover their faces while they're on air. The Taliban has said that it has changed since the last rule, but in the recent months added regulations limiting women's movement without a male chaperone. Older girls are also yet to be allowed to go back to schools and to colleges.
این فرمان واقعا برای هیچ مجری و یا هم برای هیچ دختر نباید قابل پیش بینی باشه، از خاطر که اسلام نه چنین فرمان بر ما به خاطر حجاب گفته و نه ما تو کدام چیز آگاهی از اسلام داریم. تمام علما و در رابطه به چهره‌های سیاسی هم مخالفت نشان داده در رابطه بعضی فرمانشان.
Slipping to a break. When we return, up next in India Today special, Bharat rising east and west. This is more in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
उदाहरण इसलिए दे रहा हूं because it may be easier to understand. During the pandemic,
Prime Minister Modi is set to attend the Quad Summit in Tokyo, Japan. In a few minutes from now, he will be addressing the Indian diaspora from east to west. India is in the global spotlight while the Prime Minister got a rousing reception in Tokyo. In Davos, the India story is shining. Over the next half hour, we will bring you how the worldwide Vishwaguru Bharat is rising from east to west. 40 hours, 23 meetings. This is Prime Minister Modi's agenda for the worldwide tour of Tokyo. Modi kick-started the worldwide tour with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora, along with interactions with several kids and a meeting with the Indian business community. Prime Minister Modi is at present on a two-day visit to Japan for the second in-person Quad Summit, scheduled to take place tomorrow. He's also going to be attending the second in-person Quad Summit with his U.S, Japan and Australian counterparts. Prime Minister Modi met Nobuhiro Endo, the chairman of IT company NEC Corporation. During their meeting, Nobuhiro Endo spoke about opportunities in India in areas such as smart cities, emerging technologies and digital learning. Prime Minister Modi also ended up meeting with Osamu Suzuki, a senior advisor of Suzuki Motor Corporation, and appreciated the transformational role of Suzuki Motors in the automotive industry of India. Modi is also going to be holding community and diplomatic engagements alongside bilateral talks with the head of states on various topics, from the China challenge in the Indo-Pacific to the aftermath of the war in Ukraine. This will be followed by a one-on-one talk with Biden, Kishida and Anthony Albanese on day one.
मेरा नाम वित्सुकी है, मैं ग्लोबल इंडियन पांचवी कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ। जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
वाह वाह।
May I have your signature please? May you have your signature please?
तो कहाँ से सीख लिया तुमने हिंदी? हैं?
Yes, I learned.
हैं? बहुत अच्छा जानते हो? वाह। वाह। और जापानी में क्या लिखा है?
Same here. Same.
ये? तीन भाषा लिख दिया।
Prime Minister Modi
family is in Tokyo, and according him, a welcome in Tokyo were these children from a global Indian institution where there are, of course, some of them Japanese, in fact, who are learning Hindi as well, Indian students as well, who were there, in fact, bearing these placards, writing down poems as well, welcoming the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, of course, had a very interesting interaction with Ritsuki. Ritsuki, can you tell us what you told the Prime Minister?
I said 3 sentences. मेरा नाम रित्सुकी है. मैं ग्लोबल इंडियन इंटरनेशनल स्कूल के 5वीं कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ. जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है. धन्यवाद.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You speak a lot of Hindi. You're fluent with Hindi.
No, I have prepared those 3 lines only.
Okay, but do you study Hindi? Are you studying Hindi? Okay. Do you like the language?
Yeah, I wish to get better, but I need more practice for that.
कैसा लग रहा है? बढ़िया मोदी. अच्छा लग रहा है. हम बहुत खुश हैं. मोदी जी से क्या उम्मीदें हैं जापान और इंडिया के रिलेशंस को लेकर?
It's going to be high. जय स्वामीनारायण. जय स्वामीनारायण.
हमारे मोदी जैसा कोई नहीं और जापान से रिलेशन बहुत अच्छा है. मोदी मोदी मोदी. आप यहाँ पर कब से हैं जापान में?
20 साल से.
20 साल से है. और आपने रिलेशंस पे क्या फर्क देखा है?
बहुत बड़ा फर्क देखा है. इंटरनेशनल सीन पे मोदी जी ने भारत का जो नाम बढ़ाया है और काफी अच्छा लग रहा है.
You saw Prime Minister Modi. What are your expectations from this visit and Indo-Japan relations? You've been here for a while. Have you been living in Japan for a while?
We have been living here for more than 12 years.
8 years. Yeah.
And I would say the expectations, we are on I would say we have a lot of expectations. Yeah. So the relation is getting strengthened and strengthened. And the Indian-Japan relationship, not only it's getting limited, I'm saying it is going beyond limitation. Yeah, so we are really thrilled. Okay, we are very thrilled, and we are just I'm unable to say what to say.
इस बार मोदी जी ने सबसे हाथ मिलाया है. इस तरफ भी गए हैं, उस तरफ भी गए हैं. छोटी बच्चों से नाम पूछा है और दिल उनसे मिलके बहुत खुश हो जाता है. हमारे तेजस्वी यशस्वी मोदी जी को देख के पूरा एक एनर्जी सी मिल जाती है. ऐसा लगता है हम अपने भारत के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. एक हमारी जान भी उनके साथ बिल्कुल तैयार है. और ये नारा क्या है?
जो 370 हटाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं.
ये नारा लगाया आप लोग?
हाँ, आज कई बार वो मोदी जी जो टोक्यो आए हैं, हमेशा इतना प्यार देते हैं. वो यहाँ के लोग उन्हें इतना प्यार देते हैं, उन्हें ऐसा लगता है अपने दूसरे घर आए हैं.
जो राम को लाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं, जो काशी सजाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं, जो 370 हटाए हैं.
सबसे मिल पाए. हाँ, लोग उस पाए. हम लोगों ने शेक हैंड भी किया उन्हें.
उनको मोदी जी को लाना है हम लोग को.
जय श्री
जो राम को लाए हैं वो भारत से जापान आए हैं. जो राम को लाए हैं वो जापान आए हैं. जो राम को लाए हैं वो जापान आए हैं. जो कसाई सजाए हैं वो जापान आए हैं. जो
370 हटाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं.
जो काशी को सजाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं. जो काशी को सजाए हैं वो टोक्यो आए हैं.
India Today is at Netaji's resting place, the only channel, India Today, inside Renkoji Temple in Tokyo. Here's an exclusive report coming.
Not many have the privilege to visit the Renkoji Temple in Tokyo, but here we are. India Today is inside the temple right now, where it is said that the remains, the ashes of freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose are. These are the images. These are the images. We're inside, in fact, the temple right now. You can see that portrait of Netaji, and what lies next to it are the ashes. It is said that inside this pagoda, this golden pagoda that you see right behind me, are the ashes, the remains of Netaji. Obviously, there's a lot of debate over it, whether indeed Netaji's ashes are inside this, whether in fact the date, as it is said, the 18th of August 1945 is when Netaji died in an air crash in Taipei or not. Remember, several commissions have been in fact set up in order to get to the bottom of it. The Narendra Modi government, since it came into power, has also opened up certain classified files, but not all files. Remember, a lot of historians are trying to get to the bottom of what actually happened as well, but that debate remains. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee had visited this temple. He of course has come here twice. He says, "Mujhe Renkoji दोबारा आकर प्रसन्नता हुई. So he's come here twice, but again, in the statement that he makes over here, the little note that he's left over here, he doesn't commit to the remains of Netaji having been here as well. Over here you can see Pandit Nehru's portrait as well, because he was here as well. In fact, Mansi, if you could join me right now. Mansi is a Japanese who in fact has taken keen interest in this entire mystery as it is. Mansi is of course with us right now. Mansi, could you tell us exactly a little bit about what is inside this? What do people believe?
I think this is Netaji's ashes. We Japanese believe it. Of course, and also the priest would like to return these ashes to India. So, Yamuna and the Gandhi river, he would like to release it. So that is the priest and also Japanese people. We are hoping that it will return these ashes to India. That is all.
So that is what Eriko, who of course calls herself Mansi as well, because she's so connected with the Indian culture and has obviously studied this for a long time. She believes that the ashes of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose are inside this pagoda, and she says that the priest of Renkoji temple would like to return them to India. Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo. He has been here before in Tokyo, but he's not visited the Renkoji temple because the mystery, so to say, hasn't yet been unraveled in its fullest as to what happened to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. With Shweta Singh in Tokyo, Polami Saha for India Today.
The Prime Minister just attended the Indo-Pacific Trade Initiative, a US-led counter to China. Biden formally unveiled the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, where he also held talks with Japan Prime Minister. China has already reacted to the initiative, calling it a strategy that creates divisions and incites confrontation. Chinese Foreign Minister called it a strategy that is bound to fail.
यह उल्लेखनीय है कि विश्व का सबसे प्राचीन कमर्शियल पोर्ट भारत में मेरे होम स्टेट गुजरात के लोथल में था। इसलिए यह आवश्यक है कि हम क्षेत्र की आर्थिक चुनौतियों के लिए साझा समाधान खोजें, रचनात्मक व्यवस्थाएं बनाएं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत एक इंक्लूसिव और फ्लेक्सिबल इंडो पैसिफिक इकोनॉमिक फ्रेमवर्क के निर्माण के लिए आप सभी के साथ काम करेगा। मेरा मानना है कि हमारे बीच रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स के 3 मुख्य आधार होने चाहिए: ट्रस्ट, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड टाइमलीनेस। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह फ्रेमवर्क इन तीनों स्तंभों को मजबूत करने में सहायक होगा और इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में विकास, शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
The World Economic Forum has kicked off in Davos. Yesterday, the Indian delegation led by Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal is holding deliberations over key global challenges. The delegation also includes Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia, Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, and Chief Ministers and Ministers from 6 states and business leaders. Speaking exclusively to India Today in Davos, Piyush Goyal has said that the event would further help reinforce India's position as an important and relevant stakeholder in shaping the global narrative. This year's edition of the Davos Summit is particularly important for India as India assumes the presidency of the G20 in 2023. Several key issues, including war in Ukraine, geopolitics, COVID-19, and climate change, are being discussed during this particular summit. The Davos Summit will conclude on 26th of May. My colleague Rahul Kanwal spoke to Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal at the sidelines of World Economic Forum's annual meeting at Davos. Listen into this exclusive interview.
We're at the India Pavilion at the World Economic Forum at Davos, and joining us now for a special conversation is the leader of the Indian delegation here at the World Economic Forum, Minister for Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal. Goyalji, welcome, and it's great to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
You know, what I find very interesting at Davos this year, apart from the weather, is that it almost seems as if India has taken over the promenade. You've got Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, and this huge India Pavilion. And Wipro, Infosys, HCL, some of the people at WEF were saying it seems as if India has taken over WEF this year.
Well, India is the future, and most parts of the world today recognize that the talent pool that India has to offer, the leadership that we have to offer, the policies of the government which are very focused to an emerging strong country, and the fact that we have 1 billion plus people, mostly youngsters, aspiring for a better quality of life, provides the world's greatest opportunity for other countries. And therefore, we were very keen that the world sees India in full strength. All the states have interacted with me over the last 2-3 days. They're all very excited to be here to showcase their states. This kind of healthy competition, yet the India first spirit amongst all states, irrespective of political affiliation, will help us show to the world India should be your destination.
Mega exclusive from Davos. India today speaks to Sadhguru, who spoke on the ongoing Gyanvapi Mosque row. Listen in.
Your broad sense of this idea that there were multiple temples which were raised by the Mughals, and now from Hindu Samaj this demand that, you know, what's happened, for example, at Kashi, what's happened at Mathura, Hindus should have the right to pray over there. Philosophically, how do you see this?
See, thousands of temples were razed to ground during invasions. Well, we couldn't protect them then. Now, talking about all those thousands of temples doesn't make sense, because you cannot rewrite history in that sense. But at the same time, very iconic places. I think the communities should sit down together and work this out. This is not for the benefit of the nation, that everything we fight, whatever you say I will oppose, whatever I say you will oppose. This is not the way forward. Some very iconic places, I think for once we should sit down and say, okay, these 2-3 sites, let's settle this. Rest of it, don't raise it again. I think we should do that instead of going one at a time, and keeping the controversy on, unnecessary enmity between communities. This is not necessary. I feel as a civilized society, for once we should sit down and say, okay, what are the issues? Can we settle it or not? We should sit down and settle it. There must be some give and take in this. About this particular thing, I am not conversant with the news, so I don't want to make a comment on that. But I feel that will be a way forward for both the communities, above all for the nation. It's important. I think we should stop thinking in terms of Hindu community and Muslim community. Right now, India is at a juncture where if we do the right things, we could be a significant nation in the world in terms of economy, in terms of political power, in every way. Nation could become a very significant force in the world. I don't think we should squander this, going on making everything into a big dispute. I know local politics, people will try to play for their advantage. I would beseech people and the news agencies and media houses not to make this controversial. Just make sure that we go towards a solution once for all, rather than raking it up every few years.
So your proposed solution is identify a few crucial sites, sit and talk.
Yes, sit and talk.
Do you think that there is space in society for such dialogue?
There is definitely space, we just have to create the willingness. In this, media houses have a significant role. If you call for debates with the sensible people from both communities, if that narrative begins to build, definitely it's possible. There is no dispute that cannot be settled.
There's been this demand that there be a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, like there was in the post-apartheid era in South Africa, where this business of denial ends and the barbarism of Mughal emperors and of invading armies is accepted, and then begin a process of truth and reconciliation.
Definitely, something like that, not necessarily in the same terms, because that was of a different nature. But this also is there is pain in people's hearts. So sit down and talk rather than just fighting endlessly, arguing endlessly. First of all, those who are in active politics should be kept out of these things, because this should not be made into a political mileage or a political capital for anybody. But for the conversation in the country should move beyond communities and come to the nation.
And on the issue of the role that the judiciary can play, because for example in the Ayodhya case it was said that this is a one-off exception made for Ayodhya, now no other matter should be brought up. You said identify two key sites or few key sites, possibly say Kashi and Mathura, but then there are demands being made for the Taj Mahal to be renamed, for rooms to be opened, for the Qutub Minar to be called the Vishnu's thumb, because there also there were temples. So the fear in your proposed solution is, how do you know it will end at 2?
No, the nature of India is there were temples in every street, in every place, all right? This is the nature of the country. Well, historically that's been changed in many ways. There is bitterness in a whole lot of people, so that's why I'm saying a few iconic places you choose and sit down and say these few things you settle, after that never again. It should be raised once again, once again. At the same time, whatever historical blunders or cruelties that have happened, there must be some kind of, if not, I'm not even asking for apologies or anything, because there are no Mughals sitting there to apologize for you. Muslims of the country are Indian citizens, all right? So there is nobody there to apologize to you. Mughal kings are not sitting there to apologize. There's no such thing. Little reconciliation, okay, something has been taken away from you, okay, let's settle this. This approach should come. Above all, we must settle these things quickly if you want nation to move ahead. And anyway, even if you want to build a temple or a mosque, you need soil. So let's talk soil, Rahul.
Breaking news coming in. Big India US news break. Biden administration's big move to woo India. The United States of America goes all out for big Navy deal. 2 US Navy Super Hornet fighters land in Goa. US Super Hornets fighting for mega Indian Navy jet deal. It's a massive reminder of India-US diplomacy dynamics. That's the latest coming in at the moment. Shiv Arun joins us live from the newsroom for more on this. Shiv, what does this news break and this development really mean for India in the existing geopolitical world order?
Very interesting news break here, Chaiti. Just as Prime Minister Modi, President Biden have met in Tokyo, 2 of these F-18 Super Hornet jets of the US Navy have landed in Goa. They're there to participate in a process of selection for a huge multi-billion-dollar, Indian Navy fighter aircraft deal. The Super Hornet of the United States competes against the French Rafale. But the very fact that while all these big diplomatic actions are taking place, there's a lot of, dynamic movement between India and the United States. While Prime Minister Modi and President Biden, get set for the big Quad meet in Tokyo tomorrow, there is nothing more representative of the forward movement in the India-US relationship than the defense relationship. And these aircraft that are now competing for this, potential Indian Navy order is very representative of the, of the material strength that really makes the India-US relationship very strong. Apart from the people-to-people linkages, Chaiti, apart from the cultural and economic linkages, the defense and security relationship is front and center. It's huge. It's very, very high value. Billions of dollars worth of weapons and military hardware have been, contracted by India with the United States. And at a time when all of these things are in shift, it's very important to see the symbolism of what's happening. Big Quad meeting tomorrow, and these US Navy jets have landed in Goa to compete for what is potentially a multi-billion-dollar Indian Navy deal. These are aircraft that the Indian Navy could potentially use in future aircraft carriers, and it's something that the United States is very keen to see happen and has for many, many years. So a very, very interesting pair of images from Tokyo to Goa.
Absolutely. Sure, a reminder of the India-US diplomacy dynamics as well. Thanks so much. Abhishek Mishras joining you with this news break. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, Varanasi District Court to pronounce mega Gyanvapi verdict on plea to worship Hindu idols tomorrow. Hearing over after arguments by both competing sides.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Triangle, the Hoodoo Sea. This region in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean has been of interest for decades. The mysterious place has captured the human imagination with unexplained disappearances of ships, planes and people. And now an Australian scientist claims that he has solved the mystery. The region first gained notice in 1945. Flight 19 was a 5-plane flight that took off from Florida with 14 crew members on board. The TBM Avenger torpedo bombers of the U.S. Navy were on a 2-hour normal training flight when they lost communication with the base. The planes mysteriously vanished along with their crews and no debris was ever discovered. To add to it, the PBM-5 with 13 crew members on board departed to search for the missing flight. But 20 minutes into the flight, it exploded. Since then, about 50 ships and 20 airplanes have disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle for unknown causes. The wreckage has not been recovered. The Bermuda Triangle has been the subject of many Hollywood thrillers and mysteries. Beyond the Bermuda Triangle, Satan's Triangle, Death Ship, The Triangle, and many more movies catapulted the region into the mainstream. The unsolved mystery, of course, led to conspiracy theories. Some people point to wormhole as a reason why many vessels aren't found after crashing in the Bermuda. Others point to a hole in the planet's electromagnetic forces. Some even believe that large...
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
History is at a turning point. From the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening, viewers, and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, getting you all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines first. Varanasi District Court to pronounce mega Gyanvapi verdict on plea to worship Hindu idols tomorrow. Hearing over after arguments by both competing sides. Is it Gyanvapi moment for Karnataka's Mangaluru? Hindu temple-like architecture found in the mosque during renovation work. India Today, the only channel with this video. Shocking news from Kerala. Rally by Islamist PFI. Young kids seen openly giving death threats to Hindus and to Christians. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says time to end Madrasa system for Islamic education, claims everybody knows what happens in the garb of education. Prime Minister Modi attends launch of U.S. President Joe Biden's Asian trade platform in Tokyo. Indo-Pacific economic framework will be a giant counterweight to China.
एक इंक्लूसिव और फ्लेक्सिबल इंडो पैसिफिक इकोनॉमिक फ्रेमवर्क के निर्माण के लिए आप सभी के साथ काम करेगा.
Union Minister Piyush Goyal leads Indian delegation at the World Economic Forum in Davos with the aim to project India as an investment hub. Chief ministers and netas from 6 states to take part.
We were very keen that the world sees India in full strength. All the states have interacted with me over the last 2-3 days. They're all very excited to be here to showcase their states.
Breaking news just coming in, big development coming in Ram Mandir construction. Carved stones to be laid down from 1st of June. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister likely to be invited for the stone laying ceremony. The platform work for the construction of Ram Mandir is almost complete, is what we're picking up at the moment. That's the latest coming in. Do we have Himanshu Mishra with us? If we have him, let's go straight across to him on this development that is coming in. All right, Himanshu Mishra joins us for the very latest. Himanshu, carved stones are going to be laid down from 1st June. And what is the ceremony looking like? Is the UP Chief Minister going to be a part of it? Who else will be a part of it?
देखिए चेती, बिल्कुल 1 जून को जो है योगी आदित्यनाथ को जो है वो इनविटेशन दिया गया है कि वो वहाँ आएँ और जो नक्काशी किए हुए पत्थर हैं जब अब उनका काम शुरू होगा और उसको रखा जाएगा, यानी कि प्लेटफॉर्म का काम कंप्लीट हो गया है और अब गर्भगृह का निर्माण कार्य जो है वो शुरू होगा और उसके लिए पहला पत्थर जो है नक्काशी किया हुआ उसको जो है यूपी के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के द्वारा रखा जाएगा और उसका निमंत्रण पत्र उनको भेज दिया गया है। तो एक तरीके से जो है काशी में ज्ञानवापी का मामला चलता रहेगा और साथ ही साथ राम मंदिर का निर्माण कार्य तेजी से हो रहा है, जिससे कि 2024 के जनवरी तक का जो टारगेट रखा गया है कि उसके निर्माण कार्य को पूरा कर दिया जाए। तो ये कहा जा सकता है कि निर्माण कार्य जो है अपनी समय सीमा के साथ जो है तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है और 2024 तक जो राम मंदिर की जो निर्माण कमेटी है उसका ये भी कहना है कि 2024 तक काम कंप्लीट हो जाएगा और उसी श्रेणी में जो है 1 जून के अंदर जो है पहला जो नक्काशी किया हुआ पत्थर है वो गर्भगृह के निर्माण के लिए वो योगी आदित्यनाथ के द्वारा रखा जाएगा। चैती,
Thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details right there, Himanshu. We'll keep coming back to you for more and bring you some reactions as we go along the way as well. I'm taking this across straight to my colleague Paulami Saha, who joins us from Japan now for all the live updates and to lead this broadcast. Throwing straight across to you, Paulami, bring us up to speed. What's going on? I believe Prime Minister Narendra Modi is about to start his address any moment now.
That's right, Chetty. We are in fact inside the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo right now, where the Prime Minister is expected in a short while from now. As you can see behind me, that's the dais where the Prime Minister is expected in a short while from now. And the entire auditorium, this conference hall at the Hotel Imperial, is obviously packed with Indians who are members of the diaspora who've been living in Japan for a long time now and who are, of course, very keen to listen to the Prime Minister as he arrives over here and speaks with them. Remember earlier this morning when Prime Minister Modi arrived in Tokyo, he was accorded a very warm welcome by members of the Indian diaspora who were also present when he arrived over here. School children were present, men and women were also present. They're, of course, over here now as they await the Prime Minister's arrival at this hotel after, of course, he has completed his business engagements for today. He has, in fact, had meetings, one-on-one meetings with the top honchos of corporations like Suzuki Motor Corporation, of NEC, of SoftBank Group, as well as Uniqlo. And he's also held a roundtable with Japanese business conglomerates as well. And after, of course, in fact, attending the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which, of course, is a US-led, trade initiative, President Joe Biden was, of course, leading the launch over there. After Prime Minister spoke over there, he is expected now in a short while over here. And you can see, of course, the people who've gathered over here already waiting for Prime Minister Modi to arrive at this location.
We're waiting and the countdown has begun for the Prime Minister to begin his address. If you could also tell us the key takeaways from all these meetings that you were talking to us about in terms of the meetings that he has conducted, the important ones and the big takeaways that have come out from these meetings.
Right, Chetty, as far as the Indo-Pacific Economic Corporation is concerned, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is concerned, that has, of course, been the highlight of the Prime Minister's business engagements today. He, of course, like I said, he's had one-on-one meetings with Japanese corporations and has been expecting their investments. And in a short while from now, in fact, Prime Minister Modi is expected over here inside the conference hall. We're expecting him to arrive shortly over here. We're obviously seeing a lot of movement over here. But yes, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is, of course, key as far as his engagements today, because that is a framework which is a US-led initiative, a trade initiative, like I said, an economic agreement which is being, in fact, made to be a counter to China. And you can see over there, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has arrived over here. He obviously is over here already, and the delegates have started arriving over here. Officials from the Prime Minister's office have reached the venue, and it is expected, Chetty, in a short while from now, that Prime Minister Modi will be, in fact, in this hall. He is expected to arrive. He is, in fact, in the premises, and you can hear all the people. You can hear the people who are chanting over here. You can hear the slogans that are going out, and you can see, of course, members of the Indian community who are present over here. They are obviously sloganeering and chanting, awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival over here at the venue, at the Imperial Hotel, where the Prime Minister is expected. That is, of course, National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajay Doval, who is, of course, arrived at the venue. He, of course, is accompanying the delegation that the Prime Minister has led into Tokyo. He arrived along with the Prime Minister earlier this morning, and we're expecting that Prime Minister Modi will be here in this venue in a short while from now. He is, of course, expected to address members of the Indian diaspora who are present over here in a packed auditorium, waiting to listen to Prime Minister Modi as he arrives over here. Obviously, there's a lot of enthusiasm in the air as well. 40,000, in fact, Indian citizens reside in Japan, and they're waiting to hear from Prime Minister Modi and what sort of words he has to say to the Indian community. Like I said earlier this morning, he, of course, received a very rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora, members of the community who were present with their little school children as well. Some of them he, of course, very fondly interacted with as well. And those are officials of the Prime Minister's office who've already arrived at the venue. So we're expecting that Prime Minister Modi will be here in a few moments from now. Of course, as you can see, everyone's got their cameras out already, waiting to take pictures of the Prime Minister as he arrives at this venue, and we're of course going to show you those pictures live as soon as he in fact steps into this conference hall at the Hotel Imperial in Tokyo, where we're present right now. This is of course his last engagement for the day. The Prime Minister of course will call it tonight after this engagement, but then of course he has an extremely packed day tomorrow when of course he attends the Quad Summit along with US President Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, as well as Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. So that is going to be extremely crucial, and there will be bilaterals as well with these leaders as well that the Prime Minister will be in fact attending. He is also going to meet with former Japanese Prime Minister Suga as well while he is here in Tokyo, and that is going to be extremely crucial. But the joint statement that in fact comes out of that Quad Summit is going to be extremely crucial, because you can already see that the framework which has been launched today, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework which has been launched today under the US's initiative that India is participating in, has already got China rattled, and you've had a very strong reaction that is coming from China that says that this is only heading towards conflict, this is only needling, this is only all about confrontation. And that is the kind of reaction that has come from China. So clearly, an economic framework, something which doesn't in fact deal with security issues per se, is already having, is already giving China quite a few sleepless nights already. And China believes, as has been said in a statement by Foreign Minister Wang Yi of China, that this is something that in fact challenges the peace of the region, the Indo-Pacific region. This is just an economic framework, and if this has got China rattled to that extent, imagine when the Quad in fact meets tomorrow, which is all about a free, open, secure and stable Indo-Pacific. What kind of a message it in fact will send out, largely as these four top leaders of the world in fact convene over here for a meeting. The photo op of course will happen at about 10 a.m. Tokyo time, after which of course the Quad will be meeting. It is expected to meet for 2 hours. 2 hours have been slotted for the Quad Summit tomorrow, of course, then after which, of course, like I said, there will be bilateral meetings as well. Again, there will be a lot of stress on the Indo-Japan relationship. And of course, Prime Minister Modi's first meeting with the newly elected Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, as well. Again, Australia and India share a very key strategic and bilateral relationship, and that is going to be extremely key as well. So that is going to be extremely important. And then, of course, the meeting with US President Joe Biden. US President Joe Biden has accorded a lot of importance to the relationship that the US has with India. And that is, of course, going to be extremely important as well. That is Ambassador Sanjay Verma, in fact, Indian ambassador to Japan, who has just entered the room as well. We did speak with him yesterday, and he, of course, expressed a lot of hope about this visit of Prime Minister Modi. Remember, it is only 40 hours that the Prime Minister is spending here in Tokyo, and he has 23 engagements. So he has tried to pack in a lot during this time that he's spending in Tokyo. And in few moments from now, in fact, we're expecting Prime Minister Modi to enter the room where the Indian diaspora, as you can see, they're all, of course, gathered over here in large numbers. And Prime Minister Modi is, in fact, entering the room. We're going to try and show you those pictures to the best of our ability. We're hoping that the Prime Minister's entourage somehow doesn't, of course, block our view. But you can see Prime Minister Modi over there waving to the Indian diaspora as he arrives here in this room. Modi, Modi chants going out. Prime Minister Modi waving out to the Indian diaspora as he in fact reaches the Imperial Hotel to address, in fact, members of the Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi there in our frames right now as he in fact reaches this venue where he will be addressing the Indian contingent, members of the Indian community. Remember, it's a very small community which is present over here. 40,000 members of the Indian community reside in Japan, but they have a lot of hopes from Prime Minister Modi and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida that this will in fact enhance the relationship between the two countries. So you can see that in fact Prime Minister Modi has reached the venue, and in a short while from now, in a few moments from now, in fact, he will be addressing the crowds. Just look at the crowd behind me. Just look at the number of people behind me. If I can show you those numbers behind me, they're of course, cheering on as Prime Minister Modi, in fact, goes towards the dais and, in fact, gets ready and gets all set to address this diaspora, which has been waiting very patiently.
Modi. He's reached the stage and you can see the entire Indian community is in fact standing up and chanting Modi, Modi. As Prime Minister Modi in fact is on the dais right now. In a short while from now, he will of course be addressing this Indian contingent, this community that is present over here in Tokyo. Obviously, a lot of them would have wanted, many more of them would have wanted to be privileged enough to be inside the premises, but unfortunately, not everyone, of course, received the clearance to be present over here. Prime Minister Modi, as you can see, he's on the dais right now.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, भारत से आए अन्य गणमान्य अतिथिगण, मैं आप सबों का जापान में रह रहे भारतवंशियों की ओर से हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। देवी और सज्जनों, अब हमारे गर्व का प्रतीक राष्ट्रगान की धुन बजाई जाएगी। आप सबों से अनुरोध है कि अपनी जगह पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रगान को सम्मान दें और इससे प्रेरणा लेकर अपने देश को गतिशील प्रगति के पथ पर आगे बढ़ाएं। राष्ट्रगान के समापन के बाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिभाषण प्रारंभ होगा। कृपया अपनी जगहों पर चले जाएं।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जब भी मैं जापान आता हूं तो मैं हर बार देखता हूं कि आपकी स्नेह वर्षा हर बार बढ़ती ही जाती है। आप में से कई साथी ऐसे हैं जो अनेक वर्षों से यहां बसे हुए हैं। जापान की भाषा, यहाँ की वेशभूषा, कल्चर, खानपान एक प्रकार से आपके जीवन का भी हिस्सा बन गया है। और हिस्सा बनने का एक कारण ये भी है कि भारतीय समुदाय के संस्कार समावेशक रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ जापान में अपनी परंपरा, अपने मूल्य, अपनी जीवन पद्धति, उसके प्रति जो कमिटमेंट है वो बहुत गहरा है। और इस दोनों का मिलन हुआ है, इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से एक अपनेपन के महसूस होना बहुत स्वाभाविक होता है। साथियों, आप यहां रहे हैं, काफी लोग आप लोग यहां बस गए हैं। मैं जानता हूं कईयों ने यहां शादी भी कर ली है। लेकिन ये भी सही है कि इतने सालों से यहां जुड़ने के बावजूद भी भारत के प्रति आपकी श्रद्धा, भारत के संबंध में जब अच्छी खबरें आती हैं तो आपकी खुशियों का पार नहीं रहता है, होता है ना। और कभी कोई बुरी खबर आ जाए तो सबसे ज्यादा दुखी भी आप ही होते हैं। ये विशेषता है हम लोगों की कि हम कर्म भूमि से तन मन से जुड़ जाते हैं, खप जाते हैं, लेकिन मातृभूमि के जो जड़ों से जुड़ाव है उससे कभी दूरी नहीं बनने देते हैं। और यही हमारा सबसे बड़ा सामर्थ्य है। साथियों, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी जब अपने ऐतिहासिक संबोधन के लिए शिकागो जा रहे थे तो उससे पहले वो जापान आए थे और जापान ने उनके मन मंदिर में, उनके मन मस्तिष्क पर एक गहरा प्रभाव छोड़ा था। जापान के लोगों की देशभक्ति, जापान के लोगों का आत्मविश्वास, यहां का अनुशासन, स्वच्छता के लिए जापान के लोगों की जागरूकता, विवेकानंद जी इसकी खुल करके प्रशंसा की थी। गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ जी टैगोर ये भी कहते थे, जापान एक ऐसा देश है जो एक ही साथ प्राचीन भी है और आधुनिक भी है। और टैगोर ने कहा था, जापान हैज कम आउट ऑफ द इममेमोरियल ईस्ट लाइक ए लोटस ब्लॉसमिंग इन ईजी ग्रेस, all the while keeping its firm hold upon the profound depth for which it has sprung. यानी कहना वो चाहते थे कि जापान कमल के फूल की तरह जितनी मजबूती से अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ा है, उतनी ही भव्यता से वो हर तरफ सुंदरता को भी बढ़ाता है। हमारे इन महापुरुषों की ऐसी ही पवित्र भावनाएं जापान के साथ हमारे संबंधों की गहराइयों को स्पष्ट करती हैं। साथियों, इस बार जब मैं जापान आया हूं तो हमारे डिप्लोमेटिक संबंधों को 70 साल होने जा रहे हैं, 7 दशक। साथियों, आप भी यहां रहते हुए अनुभव करते होंगे, हिंदुस्तान में भी हर कोई अनुभव करता है कि भारत और जापान नेचुरल पार्टनर है। भारत के विकास में, भारत की विकास यात्रा में जापान की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। जापान से हमारा रिश्ता आत्मीयता का है, अध्यात्म का है। जापान से हमारा रिश्ता सहयोग का है, अपनेपन का है। और इसलिए एक प्रकार से इस रिश्ता हमारा सामर्थ्य का है, ये रिश्ता सम्मान का है। और ये रिश्ता विश्व के लिए सांझे संकल्प का भी है। जापान से हमारा रिश्ता बुद्ध का है, बोध का है, ज्ञान का है। हमारे महाकाल है तो जापान में दाइकोकुतेन है। हमारे ब्रह्मा है तो जापान में बोनतेन है। हमारी मां सरस्वती है तो जापान में बेंजाइतेन है। हमारी महादेवी लक्ष्मी है तो जापान में किचिजोतेन है। तो हमारे गणेश हैं तो जापान में कानगीतेन है। जापान में अगर जैन की परंपरा है तो हम ध्यान को, मेडिटेशन को आत्मा से साक्षात्कार का माध्यम मानते हैं। 21वीं सदी में भी भारत और जापान के इन सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को हम पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। और मैं तो काशी का सांसद हूं और बड़े गर्व से कहना चाहूंगा कि जापान के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री श्री अबे जब काशी आए थे तब उन्होंने एक बहुत बढ़िया सौगात काशी को दी। काशी में जापान के सहयोग से बना रुद्राक्ष, और जो मेरी कभी कर्मभूमि रही वो अहमदाबाद में जैन गार्डन और काइजन एकेडमी, ये ऐसी बातें हैं जो हमें कितनी निकट लाती है। यहां आप सभी जापान में रहते हुए इस ऐतिहासिक बंधन को और मजबूत बना रहे हैं और सशक्त कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आज की दुनिया को भगवान बुद्ध के विचारों पर, उनके बताए रास्ते पर चलने की शायद पहले से ज्यादा जरूरत है। यही रास्ता है जो आज दुनिया की हर चुनौती, चाहे वो हिंसा हो, अराजकता हो, आतंकवाद हो, क्लाइमेट चेंज हो, इन सब से मानवता को बचाने का यही मार्ग है। भारत सौभाग्यशाली है कि उसे भगवान बुद्ध का प्रत्यक्ष आशीर्वाद मिला। उनके विचारों को आत्मसात करते हुए भारत निरंतर मानवता की सेवा कर रहा है। चुनौतियां चाहे किसी भी प्रकार की हो, कितनी बड़ी क्यों न हो, भारत उनका समाधान ढूंढता ही है। कोरोना से दुनिया के सामने जो 100 साल का सबसे बड़ा संकट पैदा हुआ वो हमारे सामने है। और ये जब शुरू हुआ था तब किसी को नहीं पता था कि आगे क्या होगा। शुरू में तो ऐसा ही लग रहा था वहां आया है, यहां क्या है। किसी को पता नहीं था इसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाए, और न वैक्सीन भी नहीं थी, और न इस बात का कोई आइडिया था कि वैक्सीन कब तक आएगी। यहां तक कि इस बात पर भी डाउट था कि वैक्सीन आएगी या नहीं आएगी। चारों तरफ अनिश्चितता का माहौल था। उन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत ने दुनिया के देशों में दवाएं भेजी। जब वैक्सीन्स अवेलेबल हुई तो भारत ने मेड इन इंडिया वैक्सीन्स अपने करोड़ों नागरिकों को भी और दुनिया के 100 से अधिक देशों को भी भेजी। साथियों, अपनी स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को और बेहतर बनाने के लिए भारत अभूतपूर्व निवेश कर रहा है। दूर सुदूर क्षेत्रों में भी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं पहुंचे, इसके लिए देश भर में लाखों नए वेलनेस सेंटर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं। आपको ये जानकर के भी खुशी होगी, शायद आज आपने भी सुना होगा, वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन WHO ने भारत की आशा वर्कर्स, आशा बहनों को डायरेक्टर जनरल्स ग्लोबल हेल्थ लीडर अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया है। भारत की लाखों आशा बहनें मैटरनल केयर से लेकर के वैक्सीनेशन तक, पोषण से लेकर के स्वच्छता तक देश के स्वास्थ्य अभियान को गति दे रही है। और गांव के अंदर मैं आज जापान की धरती से हमारी सभी आशा वर्कर बहनों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उनको सैल्यूट करता हूं। साथियों, भारत आज किस तरह वैश्विक चुनौतियों का मुकाबला करने में मदद कर रहा है, इसका एक और उदाहरण एनवायरनमेंट का भी है। आज क्लाइमेट चेंज विश्व के सामने मौजूद एक महत्वपूर्ण संकट बन गया है। हमने भारत में इस चुनौती को देखा भी और उस चुनौती से स्थायी समाधान के लिए रास्ते भी खोजने की दिशा में हम आगे बढ़े। भारत ने 2070 तक नेट जीरो के लिए कमिट किया है। हमने इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस जैसे ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव का भी नेतृत्व किया। क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण दुनिया पर नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स का खतरा भी बढ़ गया है। इन डिजास्टर्स के खतरों को, उनके प्रदूषण के दुष्प्रभावों को जापान के लोगों से ज्यादा बेहतर और कौन समझ सकता है। प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से जापान ने लड़ने की क्षमता भी बना दी है। जिस तरह जापान के लोगों ने इन चुनौतियों का सामना किया है, हर समस्या से कुछ न कुछ सीखा है, उसका समाधान खोजा है और व्यवस्थाएं भी विकसित की है, व्यक्तियों का भी उस प्रकार से संस्कार किया है। यह अपने आप में सराहनीय है। इस दिशा में भी भारत ने CDRI यानी कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में लीड ली है। साथियों, भारत आज ग्रीन फ्यूचर, ग्रीन जॉब्स के लिए, कैरियर रोडमैप के लिए भी बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत में इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी को व्यापक प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को हाइड्रोकार्बन का विकल्प बनाने के लिए विशेष मिशन शुरू किया गया है। बायोफ्यूल से जुड़ी रिसर्च और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण पर बहुत बड़े स्केल पर काम चल रहा है। भारत ने इस दशक के अंत तक अपनी टोटल इंस्टॉल्ड पावर कैपेसिटी का 50% 50% नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल से पूरा करने का संकल्प लिया है। साथियों, समस्याओं के समाधान को लेकर भारतीयों का जो ये आत्मविश्वास है, ये आत्मविश्वास आज हर क्षेत्र में, हर दिशा में, हर कदम पर दिखाई देता है। ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन को जिस प्रकार बीते 2 सालों में नुकसान पहुंचा है, पूरी सप्लाई चेन सवालिया निशान में घिरी हुई है। आज सारी दुनिया के लिए यह अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट बना हुआ है। भविष्य में ऐसी स्थिति से बचने के लिए हम आत्मनिर्भरता के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और आत्मनिर्भरता का ये हमारा संकल्प सिर्फ भारत के लिए है ऐसा नहीं है। ये एक स्टेबल, ट्रस्टेड ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट है। आज पूरी दुनिया को यह एहसास हो रहा है कि जिस स्पीड और स्केल पर भारत काम कर सकता है वो अभूतपूर्व है। दुनिया को आज ये भी दिख रहा है कि जिस स्केल पर भारत अपनी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग उस पर जो जोर दे रहा है यह भी अभूतपूर्व है। मुझे खुशी है कि हमारी इस कैपेसिटी के निर्माण में जापान एक अहम भागीदार है। मुंबई अहमदाबाद हाई स्पीड रेल हो, दिल्ली मुंबई इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर हो, डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर हो, ये भारत जापान के सहयोग के बहुत बड़े उदाहरण हैं। साथियों, भारत में हो रहे बदलावों में एक और खास बात है। हमने भारत में एक स्ट्रांग और रेजिलिएंट रिस्पॉन्सिबल डेमोक्रेसी की पहचान बनाई है। उसको बीते 8 सालों में हमने लोगों के जीवन में सकारात्मक बदलाव का माध्यम बनाया है। भारत की डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस से आज समाज के वो लोग भी जुड़ रहे हैं जो कभी गौरव के साथ ये अनुभव नहीं कर रहे थे कि वो भी इसका हिस्सा है। हर बार हर इलेक्शन में रिकॉर्ड टर्नआउट, और उसमें भी यहां जो हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं उनको जरा खुशी होगी। आप अगर भारत के चुनावों को डिटेल में देखते होंगे तो आपको ध्यान आता होगा कि पुरुषों से ज्यादा महिलाएं वोट कर रही है। ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि भारत में डेमोक्रेसी सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिकों के हकों के प्रति कितनी सजग है, कितनी समर्पित है और हर नागरिक को कितना सामर्थ्यवान बनाती है। साथियों, मूल सुविधाओं के साथ साथ हम भारत के एस्पिरेशन को भी नई बुलंदी दे रहे हैं, नया आयाम दे रहे हैं। भारत में इंक्लूसिवनेस का, लीकेज प्रूफ गवर्नेंस का, यानी एक ऐसी डिलीवरी व्यवस्था, टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग करते हुए एक ऐसे मैकेनिज्म को विस्तार किया जा रहा है ताकि जो जिस चीज का हकदार है वो बिना मुसीबतें, बिना कोई सिफारिश को, बिना कोई करप्शन किए अपने हक को प्राप्त कर सकता है और उसमें हम पूरी ताकत से जुटे हुए हैं। और टेक्नोलॉजी के इस उपयोग ने, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर की इस परंपरा ने कोरोना के इस विकट कालखंड में गत 2 वर्ष में भारत की और खास करके भारत के दूर सुदूर गांव में रहने वाले, जंगलों में रहने वाले हमारे नागरिकों के हकों की बहुत बड़ी रक्षा की है, उनकी मदद की है। साथियों, भारत का बैंकिंग सिस्टम इन मुश्किल हालात में भी निरंतर चलता रहा और उसका एक कारण भारत में जो डिजिटल रिवॉल्यूशन आया है, डिजिटल नेटवर्क की जो ताकत बनी है, उसका ये परिणाम मिल रहा है। और आपको साथियों जानकर के खुशी होगी, पूरी दुनिया में जो डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन होते हैं ना, कैशलेस, यहां जापान में तो आप लोग टेक्नोलॉजी से भली भांति परिचित रहते हैं, लेकिन ये बात सुनकर के आनंद होगा, आश्चर्य होगा और गर्व होगा। पूरे विश्व में जितना भी डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन होता है उसमें से 40% अकेले भारत में होता है। कोरोना के शुरुआती दिनों में जब सब बंद था, उस संकट के कालखंड में भी भारत सरकार एक क्लिक बटन दबा करके एक साथ करोड़ों भारतीयों तक आसानी से उनके लिए जो मदद पहुंचानी है पहुंचा पाते थे। और जिसके लिए मदद तय थी उसी को मिली, समय पर मिली, और इस संकट से जूझने का उसे सामर्थ्य भी मिला। भारत में आज सही मायने में पीपल लेड गवर्नेंस काम कर रही है। गवर्नेंस का यही मॉडल डिलीवरी को एफिशिएंट बना रहा है। यही डेमोक्रेसी पर निरंतर मजबूत होते विश्वास का सबसे बड़ा कारण है। साथियों, आज जब भारत आजादी के 75 साल मना रहा है, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, तो वो आने वाले 25 साल यानी आजादी के 100वें वर्ष तक हिंदुस्तान को हमें कहां पहुंचाना है, किस ऊंचाई को प्राप्त करना है, विश्व में हमारे झंडा कहां कहां कैसे कैसे गाड़ना है, आज हिंदुस्तान उस रोड मैप तैयार करने पर लगा हुआ है। आजादी का ये अमृतकाल भारत की समृद्धि का, संपन्नता का एक बुलंद इतिहास लिखने वाला है। दोस्तों, मैं जानता हूं कि ये जो संकल्प हमने लिए हैं, ये संकल्प आप पे बहुत बड़े हैं, लेकिन साथियों, मेरा जो लालन पालन हुआ है, मुझे जो संस्कार मिले हैं, जिन जिन लोगों ने मुझे गढ़ा है, उसके कारण मेरी भी एक आदत बन गई है। मुझे मक्खन पर लकीर करने में मजा नहीं आता है, मैं पत्थर पर लकीर करता हूं। लेकिन साथियों, सवाल मोदी का नहीं है। आज हिंदुस्तान से 130 करोड़ लोग, और मैं जापान में बैठे हुए लोगों के भी आंखों में वही देख रहा हूं, आत्मविश्वास। 130 करोड़ देशवासियों का आत्मविश्वास, 130 करोड़ संकल्प, 130 करोड़ सपने, और इस 130 करोड़ सपनों को पूर्ण करने का ये विराट सामर्थ्य परिणाम निश्चित लेके रहेगा। दोस्तों, हमारे सपनों का भारत हम देख के रहेंगे। आज भारत अपनी सभ्यता, अपनी संस्कृति, अपनी संस्थाओं के, अपने खोए हुए विश्वास को फिर से हासिल कर रहा है। दुनिया भर में कोई भी भारतीय आज सीना तान करके, आंख में आंख मिला करके हिंदुस्तान की बात बड़े गर्व से कर रहा है। ये परिवर्तन आया है। आज मुझे यहां आने से पहले भारत की महानताओं से प्रभावित कुछ लोग जो अपना जीवन खपा रहे हैं, ऐसे लोगों के दर्शन करने का मुझे मौका मिला, और बड़े गर्व से वो कह रहे थे योग की बातें। वो योग को समर्पित है। जापान में भी शायद ही कोई होगा जिसको योग की कल्पना न हो। हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारी पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धति, आजकल तो हमारे मसाले सब दूर, उसकी मांग बढ़ रही है। लोग हमारी हल्दी मंगवा रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, हमारी खादी, वरना तो आजादी के बाद धीरे धीरे उन नेताओं के कॉस्ट्यूम बनकर के रह गई थी। आज उसका आज पुनर्जीवन हो गया है। खादी ग्लोबल बन रही है जी। यही तो भारत की बदलती हुई तस्वीर है दोस्तों। आज का भारत अपने अतीत को लेकर जितना गौरवान्वित है, उतना ही टेक लेड, साइंस लेड, इनोवेशन लेड, टैलेंट लेड फ्यूचर को लेकर भी आशावान है। जापान से प्रभावित होकर स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने एक बार कहा था कि हम भारतीय नौजवानों को अपने जीवन में कम से कम एक बार जापान की यात्रा जरूर करनी चाहिए। आप लोग ये वाक्य पढ़ करके आएंगे हो ऐसा मैं तो नहीं मानता हूं, लेकिन विवेकानंद जी ने भारत के लोगों को कहा था कि भाई एक बार देखकर तो आओ जापान है कैसा। साथियों, उस जमाने में स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने जो कहा था, आज के युग के अनुरूप उसी बात को, उसी सद्भावना को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि जापान का हर युवा अपने जीवन में कम से कम एक बार भारत की यात्रा करे। आपने अपनी स्किल से, अपने टैलेंट से, अपनी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से जापान की इस महान धरती को मंत्रमुग्ध किया है। भारतीयता के रंगों से, भारत की संभावनाओं से भी आपको जापान को लगातार परिचित कराना है। आस्था हो या एडवेंचर, जापान के लिए तो भारत एक स्वाभाविक टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। और इसलिए भारत चलो, भारत देखो, भारत से जुड़ो, इस संकल्प से जापान के हर मेरे भारतीय से मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि वो उससे जुड़े। मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके सार्थक प्रयासों से भारत जापान की दोस्ती को नई बुलंदी मिलेंगी। इस अद्भुत स्वागत के लिए, और मैं देख रहा था, अंदर आ रहा था, चारों तरफ जोश, नारे, उत्साह, और जितना भारत को आप अपने में जीने की कोशिश करते दिख रहे हो, ये सचमुच में दिल को छूने वाला है। आपका ये प्यार, ये स्नेह हमेशा बना रहे। इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आकर के, और मुझे बताया गया कि जापान में से सिर्फ टोक्यो से नहीं, बाहर से भी कुछ साथी आज आए हैं। पहले मैं आया करता था, इस बार नहीं आ पाया था, आप भी आ गए। लेकिन मुझे अच्छा लगा, आप सबके दर्शन करने का अवसर मिला। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
You go, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Tokyo right there, addressing the Indian diaspora. His address has just gotten over, and just look at the rousing welcome that he has got right there in Tokyo for a tour that he kick-started, the whirlwind tour, with rousing welcome coming in from Indian diaspora, the interaction with several kids, meeting with Indian business communities, this particular address, the Biden's Indo-Pacific economic framework discussion. He's at present on a two-day visit, and big takeaways coming in from his address at the moment. As you can see, the crowd is chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai after the address of Prime Minister. We're getting you these live updates. Look at that. He's flanked by the Indian diaspora present right there to listen in to his address and the kind of popularity that he is enjoying right there amidst the Indian diaspora in Tokyo. On your screens right now, Tokyo Desis meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, trying to get selfies also out there. Look at this, these visuals that are coming in. He's just flanked by all the Indians present right there who were present over there to listen in to his address. There are Jai Shri Ram chants that are echoing. There are Har Har Mahadev chants that are echoing right there. And just take a look at those visuals and take a look at how the people are really showing their love to the Prime Minister, trying to get a quick glimpse of him, trying to get a quick selfie from him. 360 degrees, flanked by the Desis in Tokyo right there. After that big address in Tokyo, Prime Minister Modi in Japan. He's there for the second in-person Quad Summit. He's also going to be attending the second in-person Quad Summit with U.S., Japan, Australian counterparts, and he had several meetings right there speaking about opportunities in India on smart cities, emerging technologies, digital learning. many meetings with different corporate head honchos as well. He's going to be holding community and diplomatic engagements with bilateral talks with the states on varied topics, from the China challenge to Indo-Pacific, the aftermath of war in Ukraine. Lots on his agenda. We'll keep you abreast with the latest developments first here on India Today. For now, we're slipping into a very short commercial break at the moment. Coming up next, 5 Live with Shivakumar.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
You are watching it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think that 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
You are
in association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Volta's Pure Air Adjustable AC,
You're with the news here on India Today with me, Shivarur. This is 5 Live. We've got a big political news break, a super exclusive news break coming in from Karnataka that goes into elections in less than a year from now. I'm going to bring that to you, but first, as always, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi in Japan for the Quad Summit, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework in focus. Prime Minister addresses Indian diaspora, says India is resetting the world order. Varanasi District Court to pronounce mega Gyanvapi verdict on plea to worship Hindu idols tomorrow. The hearing over after arguments by both competing sides today in a 45-minute session. Is it a Gyanvapi moment for Karnataka's Mangaluru? Hindu temple-like architecture found inside a mosque during renovation work. India Today is the only channel reporting the story with claims from both sides. Shocker from Kerala rally by Islamist Popular Front of India. Young child seen openly giving death threats to Hindus and Christians. Time to end the Madrasa system, says Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Claims everyone knows what happens there in the garb of education. Union Minister Piyush Goyal leads Indian delegation at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, with the aim to project India as the world's foremost investment hub. Chief ministers and netas from 6 states are part of the team. India Today, as always, leading the coverage from Davos.
We were very keen that the world sees India in full strength. All the states have interacted with me over the last 2-3 days. They're all very excited to be here to showcase their states.
And we've got a big breaking story coming in for you from Karnataka, the state that goes to elections in less than a year from now. And now the opposition Congress has dropped a huge hint on who will be the chief ministerial face of the Congress party. DK Shivakumar, in an exclusive conversation to India Today, has dropped the biggest hint that he could be the chief ministerial face of the Congress party in next year's assembly elections to Karnataka. He says that he has taken the party to new heights and further said that there is no feud between him and Siddaramaiah. He's also the state president of the Karnataka. He has evaded this question in a very pointed manner for many weeks together. But on India Today, DK Shivakumar, the most charismatic Congress face, the state president in Karnataka, has dropped the equivalent of a political bombshell by hinting, not claiming outright, but hinting in the biggest possible way that he is going to be the chief ministerial face of the Congress's fight for power in Karnataka. Take a look at this big political exclusive. DK Shivakumar spilling it out to India Today's Supriya Bhardwaj.
There is one statement of yours being quoted in the media that you had said that it took 2 years for you to cook the food and now everybody's coming. What's your take on this statement? Did you give it? And if yes, why, sir?
See, media people are speaking on chief minister post. Why now? Why chief minister position has come now? Whether whomever may become the chief minister. It is when we lost our assembly by-election, when the party MLAs went out of party, no media or any other leader spoke on the chief minister. Now after 2 years, when the entire cadres of the party, not only myself, the entire cadre of the party collectively worked, including the leaders, jointly, and now BJP and media is speaking that Congress is fighting for chief minister. That shows that already the BJP has lost its ground.
There is one.
Supriya Bharadwaj joining us live on this big breaking story. Supriya, that is about as explicit as it can possibly get. DK Shivakumar, who usually is very careful with his words, if one were to look very closely at what he has said, he is basically hinting, with the biggest possible hint so far, Supriya, that he is going to be the chief ministerial face in Karnataka.
Well, Shiv, in that interview, he categorically stated that first and foremost, the topmost priority of the Karnataka Congress and himself, that is of Shivakumar himself, is that of delivering the state, and that too with a good solid number. He even went on saying that there are no differences, that as far as Siddaramaiah himself, as well as Mr. Kharge and Mr. Parmeshwar and Mr. Patil, all of them, as well as the cadre, is on the same page that they have to get together, collectively deliver the state. And further on, he went ahead and said that once they have solid numbers, once the state is delivered, then they will go to the High Command and say that the final decision as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. But one thing is for sure, DK Shivakumar has gone all out and spoken at length about as far as the differences in the party is concerned on the Karnataka unit is there. He's saying there are no differences. He's saying this is a very systematically crafted strategy of BJP. He's blaming BJP and certain sections in the media, saying that there are no differences because the BJP cannot take on the Congress in this very form, which they are going all out and attacking the government on the issue of development. That's why this differences story is being planted in this section of the media by the BJP. Now, this is what is really interesting, because there have been continuous reports coming in from the Congress's quarter in the Karnataka, saying that all is not well between DK Shivakumar or Siddaramaiah. But today, he has kept his version. He has said very categorically that...
I want to play out for our viewers once again exactly what DK Shivakumar has just said. This is huge. Listen into every word that he has just told, Supriya. DK Shivakumar.
There is one statement of yours being quoted in the media that you had said that it took 2 years for you to cook the food and now everybody's coming. What's your take on this statement? Did you give it? And if yes, why, sir?
See, media people are speaking on Chief Minister post. Why now? Why Chief Minister position has come now? Whether whomever may become the Chief Minister. It is when we lost our assembly by-election, when the party MLAs went out of party, no media or any other leader spoke on the Chief Minister. Now after 2 years, when the entire cadres of the party, not only myself, the entire cadre of the party collectively worked, including the leaders, jointly, and now BJP and media is speaking that Congress is fighting for Chief Minister. That shows that already the BJP has lost its ground.
We are hearing that there are these differences between you and Siddaramaiah ji. What's your take on this? Because there are lots of reports coming in that there are differences in Karnataka Pradesh Congress committee, especially between you and Mr. Siddaramaiah.
See, it is a very good strategy of the BJP doing it. The BJP knows that they can't come to power. The people are very much angry on their administration. The most corrupt government of this country with 40%. And a lot of other issues are there. And 2 ministers also resigned on various issues. And still some of them may have to. Such situation is coming. So that's just create a perception there are differences. Where is the difference? For what differences? We don't have any differences. We all are one. The entire party is one. There are so many leaders. Not only me, Siddaramaiah, Mr. Kharge is there, Mr. Parmeshwar is there, and so many other senior leaders are there in the party. Mr. H.K. Patil is there. A lot of other leaders are there. So let us all work together for see that Congress party comes to power.
Right. Also, sir, there is one statement of yours being quoted in the media that you had said that it took 2 years for you to cook the food and now everybody's coming. What's your take on this statement? Did you give it? And if yes, why, sir?
See, media people are speaking on Chief Minister post. Why now? Why Chief Minister position has come now? Whether whomever may become the Chief Minister. It is when we lost our assembly by-election, when the party MLAs went out of party. No media or any other leader spoke on the Chief Minister. Now after 2 years, when the entire cadres of the party, not only myself, the entire cadre of the party collectively worked, including the leaders, jointly, and now BJP and media is speaking that Congress is fighting for chief minister. That shows that already the BJP has lost its ground.
We are
Supriya
hearing
has
that
just
there
scored
are these differences between you and
let's just
Siddaramaiah.
listen.
What's your take on this? Because there are lots of reports coming in that there are differences in Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee, especially.
Supriya's live with me. Supriya, big exclusive with DK Shivakumar. He is not a leader who usually, reveals very much, but clearly given that, the road to Karnataka's next election is now wide open, all bets are off. The Karnataka Congress is being notoriously in the news for a lot of factional fighting. It looks like DK Shivakumar wants to provide some clarity, and making himself the chief ministerial face could be one of those ways to do that, Supriya.
Shiv, he has kept one thing clearly, that there are no differences, and as being the Karnataka Congress chief, he is saying that we all will go together and ensure that we deliver the state. So it's a very powerfully loaded statement where he is saying that not just the leaders but the cadre has to come together and they have to fight and ensure that a solid number is what the Congress party gets, and then only the decision on the chief minister face is concerned. But there is a statement which he is giving is very loaded because of symbolically, he is mentioning that the cadres which have worked from last 2 years along with him and have ensured that the party is in a very favorable position as far as the Karnataka assembly elections are concerned. They will be also having a huge say. He has said that the first and foremost thing that the Congress party has to do in Karnataka is to ensure that they deliver the state and ensure also the same time that all the leaders, not just Siddaramaiah but even Mallikarjun Kharge, even G. Parmeshwar, these people should also be roped in a big way, and they will also go all out and fight the BJP. One thing which is very interesting, in that very interview, DK Shivakumar has mentioned that from 1st of June onwards, the new the strategy which the Congress has formed in the Nav Sankalp Shiv will be rolled out in the state of Karnataka also. There will be a Chintan Shivir of 2 days, and also interestingly, the MLC as well as the other candidates would be finalized. DK Shivakumar categorically stating that it is not going to be, just going in a single way. He is going to ensure that the differences are settled, is in a way reaching out to all the senior leaders of the Congress party in Karnataka.
Yeah.
What we are hearing from the sources is that he will ensure that there will be a proper strategy where the interest of all the key players is taken into consideration, and the party is ready for the assembly election, which is just around the corners. What we are hearing from the sources is that one message which is loud and clear from the top brasses, from the top leadership of the party high command to the Karnataka unit is that settle down your differences, go and fight as a single unit. As far as the chief minister candidate post is concerned, that question only arises when you win the state and win it with a good number. So this is what the Congress party sources are maintaining, and DK Shivakumar for the first time has clarified that entire situation as far as the differences within the Karnataka Congress and his differences with Siddaramaiah are concerned.
There's a lot of politics going on here, lots of dynamic movements, and obviously there is a power struggle within the Karnataka Congress, like there is in many other parts of the country. But DK Shivakumar trying to put up a united face, to get his entire party unit battle ready for 2023. At the same time, projecting himself, even if subtly, as the first among equals. He is, after all, the state unit president. Supriya, stay with me. Nabila Jamal also joins with me. She's tracked Karnataka politics for a very long time. Nabila, to many neutral observers, what DK Shivakumar appears to be suggesting may not be that unreasonable at all. He's a charismatic mass leader, influential, can-do guy, the go-to man for, whenever there's a crisis within the Congress, even beyond Karnataka. He's making this pitch right now that sounds like he's cut out to be the chief ministerial face. What did you make of what he said to Supriya?
Right, you know, Shiv, it's no surprises that DK Shivakumar is currently trying to position himself as the chief ministerial candidate for the Karnataka Congress. 11 months to go for elections in Karnataka, and it's a no-brainer. For those who are observing Karnataka politics know very well that now in Karnataka Congress there is a Siddaramaiah camp and there is a DK Shivakumar camp. While you have all the senior leaders lobbying for Siddaramaiah, largely because he's a senior leader, he's already been the chief minister, one of the only CMs from the Congress party in Karnataka to have completed the full 5-year term. You have the youth, the younger rung, or the more energized sector within the Congress batting wholeheartedly for DK Shivakumar. In fact, DK Shivakumar has taken over as the Karnataka Congress state president 2 years ago, and ever since he's managed to gather that clout, huge rallies that he's carried out, which has garnered a lot of attention from the youth particularly, and it seems like the prospects in Karnataka when it comes to the Congress party has really been bolstered by DK Shivakumar undoubtedly. He's really a grassroots level worker. He himself came in from the NSUI, grew to the rungs of the district president and then to the KPCC vice working president and now to the KPCC president. So he's an organizational man. He's looked at as a go-to man for any problem or issue within the Congress in Karnataka, and he seems to be the guy who can rake in the numbers in full swing. So DK Shivakumar positioning himself at this point as a CM face is no doubt his strategy to really push himself and for the High Command to take note that he is the man in contention.
So we have, I want to play out once again the operative part of what DK Shivakumar said when Supriya asked him about, you know, the chief ministerial face issue. Listen to that once again. Then I'm going to highlight what DK Shivakumar's strengths are, and we're also going to talk about what kind of regard he enjoys with the Congress High Command, because after all, without that, no matter how charismatic he is, he cannot be the chief ministerial face. But take a look first at what he said. This comment already making shockwaves across Karnataka.
There is one statement of yours being quoted in the media that you had said that it took 2 years for you to cook the food and now everybody's coming. What's your take on this statement? Did you give it? And if yes, why, sir?
See, media people are speaking on chief minister post. Why now? Why chief minister position has come now? Whether whomever may become the chief minister. It is when we lost our assembly by-election, when the party MLAs went out of party, no media or any other leader spoke on the chief minister. Now after 2 years, when the entire cadres of the party, not only myself, the entire cadre of the party collectively worked, including the leaders, jointly, and now BJP and media is speaking that Congress is fighting for chief minister. That shows that already the BJP has lost its ground.
Brajesh Kalapa, senior leader of the Congress party in Karnataka, live with me for a quick reaction. Brajesh, welcome. DK Shivakumar in this big interview to India Today, has said that the party unit is fighting as one despite, reports of a factional feud. But very importantly, that comment about having cooked the food for 2 years and now everyone is coming to eat is being interpreted by many, Brajesh, to sound like DK Shivakumar is projecting himself, even if subtly, as the chief ministerial face. Is that what's in the works, Brajesh?
No, I think, Shiv, first of all, I must congratulate you on your parents' anniversary. But secondly, I think, Shiv, the important thing to understand is that, it's ultimately the members of the CLP who will decide who the next chief minister is. And, of course, the High Command will have a role in this. So everybody, including me, may have the hope or the aspiration of becoming chief minister. But each one of us realizes that it's the CLP members and the High Command which finally decides the chief minister's position. So, I might be able to cook food, I might be able to serve food, I might be able to, take it from place to place. But ultimately, it's the long and short is it's the CLP and the High Command which decides who will be the chief minister. So this talk is really, is wholly, I think, first misinterpreted. Two, it is, completely unnecessary because elections are 1 year away. So let's see how the electorate finally votes. And let's see what finally happens.
Because first of all, Brajesh, thank you very much for your wishes. It sounds like, it sounds then like that the party unit is not really united then, from the sound of what you're saying.
No, the party unit is completely united. Both of them have been working together. Mr. Shivakumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah have been cabinet colleagues for really long now. And whenever there was an important election to face, even when Mr. Chief Minister, the Sriram was Chief Minister, he would always send Mr. Shivakumar there. Why is this? So I think the media has been making too much of a small thing. And that's the media's prerogative. But honestly, there is hardly anything to really speak about now.
But Brijesh, there is a sense, final question, I understand what you're saying about speculation, but there is a sense that, someone who has, worked for these few years to get the party battle ready. I'm just talking about the perception from the outside that DK Shivakumar as the state unit chief at this point of time does stand as a first among equals. So if he is projecting himself in some way, directly or indirectly, there is a sense that it's reasonable.
No, usually what used to happen earlier is that the KPCC president would always be in the zone of consideration to become chief minister. But so also the CLP. So ultimately, like I told you, it will be the members of the CLP and the High Command who will decide who the next chief minister of Karnataka will be.
Brijesh Kalapa, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for that. Brijesh Kalapa has said things which are going to be interpreted very, very, in a very meticulous manner. He says the elections are still a while away. Anybody can cook food, anybody can serve food, but ultimately it will be the Congress legislature party and the Gandhis who will decide who is going to be the chief ministerial face. Basically, Brijesh Kalapa dismissing anyone or any notion of any individual projecting himself or herself as the chief minister. That is an interesting little microcosm, viewer. I don't know if you noticed it, but what you've basically seen is DK Shivakumar have his say, somebody else from the Congress party have their say, and it shows you the divergence. It's not really a united unit going into this election. It is true that the election is 11 months away, but the point is there are very serious personal divergences, most notably between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. Take a look at more from this big breaking interview.
From the day one I took over the charge, I am doing the job as a Congress important functionary. From the day one, we are fighting out. It is not now to launch. The day I took Pratigna, I have taken up the responsibility collectively.
So you'll form the government in Karnataka?
I am sure the people will give a clear mandate for the Congress party to have a very strong government in Karnataka.
So, will you be the chief minister?
See, chief minister issue will be only decided after we have the good solid numbers by my party high command. It is not me or anyone to decide. We may all dream of it. That is not, we should deliver first, then let us discuss on that issue.
11 months to go for the next election in Karnataka, and I promise you, just like this one, we will continue to bring you the big Game of Thrones and where everything actually falls. DK Shivakumar, the guy to look out for as far as the Congress army is concerned. Let's move on to another part of Karnataka now, to another story entirely, but very much part of the polarization politics that is playing out across different parts of the country. After the Gyanvapi controversy in Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, a similar case has now come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka. This comes after a video surfaced showing a Hindu temple-like architectural design discovered on the premises of an old mosque in Mangaluru in April. On the basis of this video, the Hindu right-wing group, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, has raised doubts on whether this mosque was similarly built over a temple. The temple-like structure was found during renovation work at the Jama Masjid in Malali in Mangaluru. Renovation work, which was conducted by mosque authorities, has been temporarily halted at the directions of the district administration, citing sensitivity of the matter. The district administration is now looking into old land records and ownership details of this centuries-old mosque.
ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅನ್ಯೋನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಎರಡೂ ಗುಂಪುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಡಳಿತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾರಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಮಿಟಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Joining us live on 5 Live is Bharat Shetty. He's the BJP MLA from Mangaluru. Mr. Shetty, thank you for speaking to India Today. Could you tell us where your party stands on this claimed discovery of temple artifacts or architectural designs inside this mosque in Mangaluru that was under renovation? Apparently, all work in that mosque has been halted, citing sensitivity in the matter. Where does the BJP stand and how are you seeing this?
See, the thing is, during the demolition of the mosque, when this temple-like structure was seen, totally the local people were very apprehensive about what is this, what has happened, and there have been historical references also for few temples being present in that area, and they're not being seen now. They're not visible anywhere around. So they were very apprehensive, and Vishwa Parishad and a few Hindu leaders have approached the court, and they've got a stay on the demolition. There's a stay on the demolition order now, demolition now. Now, after that, there's a Tambula Prashna, as your reporter just told now. It's a part of astrology in Hindu belief system. The locals have asked for a Tambula Prashna Puja. It will be held in that village only, somewhere in that village.
But, the work of that renovation in the Juma Masjid has been stopped just on the word of the VHP. Who has said that it is an ancient temple there? Could it not be the wall of a mosque as well? Because, with what's happening with the Gyanvapi, it is court sanctioned. There are videographers and surveyors there. There is due process going on there. Why has this happened here?
So there is nothing wrong in doing a survey of this thing. Let the truth come out, whatever the structure it is. Let the competent authority go ahead with that and let them give a report on that. That is our stand as of now.
No, because Mr. Shetty, the opposition and other observers will say that this is a Gyanvapi-like situation that is being replicated in different parts of the country in order to reap polarization dividends ahead of election season. Even in Karnataka, that's coming up. How would you respond to that? That this has nothing to do with Mandir Masjid, it's about polarization.
No, I don't think we should put political color to this issue. It should be handled, it's a social issue. We need to know what has happened before. And every time this issue is come forward, everyone is hiding behind the Place of Worship Act. We are just not claiming anything. We need to know what's the truth. I think
Mr. Shetty, as you yourself have seen, Karnataka has been a kind of canvas for a lot of very polarizing stories, from hijab to halal to the Muslim traders. We're seeing the Azan Hanuman Chalisa issue also echo in Karnataka. Now you've got this. I'm wondering, as an elected representative, don't you think that incidents of this kind, I'm not commenting on the merit of them because, hopefully the courts and the police will decide what can and cannot happen there. But don't you think that this is sort of spoiling communal harmony, increasing the communal divide on the ground there in Mangaluru, sir?
Not at all. We have a right to know the truth. The present generation needs to know the truth. We have been reading history which has been modified as the historians wanted it to. Let the truth come out. The society will decide what direction it has to go. We can't hide from the society all these things.
Bharat Shetty, thank you for speaking to us here on India Today. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, I'm taking you straight to Tokyo. Remember, India's Prime Minister is there. He's just had a big Milan with Indian Desis in Tokyo. We're going to show you the big highlights. Lots of viral moments already, Modi style. I'm going to show them to you when you come back.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are
Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo, and in just a few hours since he arrived there, there have been multiple viral moments already, including his interaction with little children and in signature style, that big Milan with India's diaspora, the Japanese Desi Janta, as it were. There were chants of Har Har Mahadev and Jai Shri Ram as the Prime Minister gave out a strong message to Indians and the world, declaring that India is a symbol of resilient democracy for the world. The Prime Minister also invoked the special relationship between India and Japan, saying how the two nations were joined spiritually.
एक प्रकार से इस रिश्ता हमारा सामर्थ्य का है, ये रिश्ता सम्मान का है, और ये रिश्ता विश्व के लिए सांझे संकल्प का भी है। जापान से हमारा रिश्ता बुद्ध का है, बोध का है, ज्ञान का है। शुरू में तो ऐसा ही लग रहा था, वहां आया है, यहां क्या है, किसी को पता नहीं था इसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाए, और न वैक्सीन भी दी थी, और न इस बात का कोई आइडिया था कि वैक्सीन कब तक आएगी। यहां तक कि इस बात पर भी डाउट था कि वैक्सीन आएगी या नहीं आएगी। चारों तरफ अनिश्चितता का माहौल था। उन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत ने दुनिया के देशों में दवाएं भेजी। जब वैक्सीन्स अवेलेबल हुई तो भारत ने मेड इन इंडिया वैक्सीन्स अपने करोड़ों नागरिकों को भी और दुनिया के 100 से अधिक देशों को भी भेजी। आजादी का ये अमृतकाल भारत की समृद्धि का, संपन्नता का एक बुलंद इतिहास लिखने वाला है। दोस्तों, मैं जानता हूं कि ये जो संकल्प हमने लिए हैं, ये संकल्प आप पे बहुत बड़े हैं, लेकिन साथियों, मेरा जो लालन पालन हुआ है, मुझे जो संस्कार मिले हैं, जिन जिन लोगों ने मुझे गढ़ा है, उसके कारण मेरी भी एक आदत बन गई है। मुझे मक्खन पर लकीर करने में मजा नहीं आता है, मैं पत्थर पर लकीर करता हूं।
One of the most viral moments that happened today, right after the Prime Minister landed, like it was with his Europe trip a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister's interaction with children have become the big eye-catcher moment just as he arrived in Tokyo. Take a look at this.
मेरा नाम विचुकी है, मैं ग्लोबल इंडियन पांचवी कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ। जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
वाह वाह।
May I have your signature please? May you have your signature please?
तो कहाँ से सीख लिया तुमने हिंदी? हैं?
Yes, I learned.
हैं? बहुत अच्छा जानते हो? वाह। वाह। और जापानी में क्या लिखा है?
Same here. Same.
ये
हिंदी में
3 भाषा लिख दिया।
Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo, and according him, a welcome in Tokyo were these children from a global Indian institution where there are, of course, some of them Japanese, in fact, who are learning Hindi as well, Indian students as well, who were there, in fact, bearing these placards, writing down poems as well, welcoming the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, of course, had a very interesting interaction with Ritsuki. Ritsuki, can you tell us what you told the Prime Minister?
I said 3 sentences. मेरा नाम रित्सुकी है, मैं ग्लोबल इंडियन इंटरनेशनल स्कूल के 5वीं कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ। जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है, धन्यवाद।
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You speak a lot of Hindi. You're fluent with Hindi.
No, I have prepared those 3 lines only.
Okay, but do you study Hindi? Are you studying Hindi? Okay. Do you like the language?
Yeah, I wish to get better, but I need more practice for that.
And the Prime Minister was expected in many respects to provide either direct or indirect responses to some scathing attacks that Congress leader Rahul Gandhi made on a foreign visit that he's currently on at Cambridge University. Taken pot shots at the government and India sitting in Cambridge. Here's how the Prime Minister is seen to have responded from Tokyo.
भारत में डेमोक्रेसी सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिकों के हकों के प्रति कितनी सजग है, कितनी समर्पित है और हर नागरिक को कितना सामर्थ्यवान बनाती है।
India is not in a good place. The BJP has spread kerosene all over the country. You need one spark and we'll be in big trouble.
Want to go across to India today is Poulomi Saha joining us live from the beautiful city of Tokyo. Poulomi, very, very high profile, high voltage events so far. That, Desi Milan, which is Prime Minister's signature style interaction with all those little kids. Many, many viral moments going so far. Give us a sense of, how this first day has set up the stage and cleared the decks for a very, very important day 2 and that Quad Summit, Poulomi.
Absolutely, Shiv. As we've been telling our viewers through our coverage of the Prime Minister's visit to Japan, is that he is only here for 40 hours and there are 23 engagements that are lined up for him. So he's had a busy day already, and tomorrow, of course, is the more crucial day when he, of course, attends the Quad Summit with US President Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. That is going to be extremely significant, but already today he's got down to business quite literally as he sat down with the corporate honchos, businesses, in fact, the leaders of one-on-one meetings with Suzuki Motor Corporation, NEC, SoftBank Group, and Uniqlo as well. He also, in fact, presided over a roundtable of Japanese business delegations. 36 corporations, in fact, interacted with Prime Minister Modi. Remember that Japan is already, in fact, Prime Minister Kishida, when he was in India in March, had already, in fact, promised and committed towards 5 trillion yen towards private and public enterprises in India. So investments are pouring in from Japan, and India hopes that it can be, in fact, enhanced as well, that economic cooperation. But of course, very, very significantly, something which was a very strong message that went out to China as well was, of course, the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, a US-led initiative, not exactly a trade agreement, but a trade initiative where the US is, of course, trying to enhance its economic position in the Indo-Pacific region in order to counter China's influence, and India has come on board with that. So clearly, a strong message which is being sent out to China, and already you had the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi react to it and say that this is confrontational in nature, this is not good for peace and stability, but this is about economics, and India and the US and the 11 other nations that are already a part of this initiative know what they're doing, and they're looking at enhancing their economic cooperation with this initiative. So that is the big takeaway, Shiv, from today.
Decks cleared for that big summit tomorrow. Lots of work already done. Great things to achieve tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. Thanks very much, Poulomi, for getting us that update. Poulomi reporting from Tokyo. Will have all the updates ahead and during the Quad Summit as well. Like she said, 40 hours, 23 meetings. That's what the Prime Minister has on his schedule as part of just this 2-day visit. He kick-started the Whirlwind Tour with this rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora, along with that interaction I just showed you with several children and the business community. Here's a quick wrap of day 1 of Namaste Tokyo.
"40 hours, 23 meetings, talks with 3 world leaders and a diaspora outreach." Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 2-day whirlwind tour to Tokyo. Marked with his trademark interaction with the Indian diaspora.
फलक देखा है इंटरनेशनल सीन पे मोदी जी ने भारत का जो नाम बढ़ाया है और काफी अच्छा लग रहा है.
Japan relationship not only it's getting limited, I'm saying it is going beyond limitation. So we are really thrilled. एक ही नारा, एक ही नारा.
मैं 5वीं कक्षा में पढ़ता हूँ. जापान में आपका बहुत स्वागत है.
वाह वाह.
May I have your signature, please? May you have your signature, please?
तो कहाँ से सीख लिया तुमने हिंदी? हैं?
Yes, I learned it.
हैं?
India once again on the world's radar with Prime Minister Modi's visit. From the Quad Summit in Tokyo to bilateral talks on post-COVID recovery, the Ukraine war and climate change. 36 Japanese CEOs and the Indian diaspora are all part of Modi's power-packed itinerary.
You can see that Indian community present and, in fact, acknowledging and cheering out loudly as Prime Minister Modi here arrives in Tokyo. You can see he's coming down right now to acknowledge his supporters who have come in here from the city of Tokyo and from across Japan.
US President Joe Biden, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and the newly elected Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will sit with Prime Minister Modi at the Quad high table.
There are various elements in the program. The Quad is the core element of the entire visit. So there will be Quad-related events with Quad. There will be bilaterals with other three leaders. The U.S. President, the newly elected Australian Prime Minister, and of course the Japanese Prime Minister.
All eyes are on the Modi-Biden interaction, the latest after a series of high-profile engagements between both the giants, coming closer than ever before.
Apart from participating in the Quad Summit, Prime Minister would also hold bilateral meetings with the President of the US, Prime Minister of Japan, and with Prime Minister of Australia.
Big interest is also riding on Modi's bilaterals with the Japanese and Australian Prime Ministers. Modi and Kishida will carry forward their conversations from the 14th India-Japan Annual Summit held in March 2022, when the Japanese Prime Minister visited New Delhi. Modi and his Australian counterpart will review comprehensive strategic partnership and exchange views on regional and global developments of mutual interest. With Polami Saha in Tokyo, Bureau Report, India Today.
And while in Japan, how can one not visit the final resting place of one of India's greatest heroes, Subhash Chandra Bose, Netaji, that's right, the Renkoji Temple in Tokyo. India Today's Polami went there to send us this amazing report.
But joining me right now is the priest of Renkoji Temple. Sir, my question to him is, if you could interpret for us, is what does he believe lies in that pagoda?
では聞きたいのはそちらに使っていただいているのはこれはチャンドラボースのいくつかというどういう考えていますか？遺骨だということではお預かりしています。Yes, he believed that they are the ashes that belongs to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
Can you tell us how did the ashes come to this temple?
で聞きたいのはこの遺骨はどうやってこのお寺に来ましたか？
昭和20年1945年の8月18日にネタジが台北の空港で事故してその時に一緒に乗ってた、日本の軍の方もいてその方たちが日本にお骨を持ってきてこちらで葬儀をしてそれからずっとお預かりするという状況です。
So in 1945, August 18, in the Alish plane crash, Netaji supposedly died, and from there the ashes were brought by the Japanese authority who were there at that point of time. They came to Japan along with the ashes, and since then his grandfather, at that point of his grandfather was managing this temple, and since then his family has been preserving the ashes.
The Mukherjee Commission was here as well. Can you ask him a little bit about that?
であとは、大体2002年とかのあたりにインドのムカルジハンジという方が、この遺骨について調べるためには、日本にあちこち行きましたので、レントジにも来ましたんですけれど、でそちら来る時の思いとかは持っていますか？もう思い出。
記憶になくてそこまでじゃない。はい。
He was not there at that point of time. His late father was there, so he don't have any memory for that visit.
We heard earlier that he and the temple would like to return the ashes to India. Can you ask him about that?
例えば、望月先生としては、この遺骨を、インドにまた返したいという理解で正しいでしょうか。
僕が一ついただけるのであれば、お返ししたいと思います。
Yes, if Indian government asks, then he would definitely like to hand over so that Netaji's ashes can go back to India.
Remember, today were all of these meetings, but the Prime Minister also attended the Indo-Pacific Trade Initiative, that has been led by the U.S. to counter China. President Biden, who met with Prime Minister Modi today, formally unveiled the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, where he also held talks with the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. China has already reacted to this initiative, calling it a strategy that creates divisions and incites confrontation. The Chinese Foreign Minister called it a strategy that is bound to fail. Remember, China has had similar sentiments about the Quad, the big summit that Prime Minister Modi, President Biden, and the leaders of Japan and Australia will be attending together tomorrow, representing the 4 countries that make up the Quad.
यह उल्लेखनीय है कि विश्व का सबसे प्राचीन कमर्शियल पोर्ट भारत में मेरे होम स्टेट गुजरात के लोथल में था। इसलिए यह आवश्यक है कि हम क्षेत्र की आर्थिक चुनौतियों के लिए साझा समाधान खोजें, रचनात्मक व्यवस्थाएं बनाएं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत एक इंक्लूसिव और फ्लेक्सिबल इंडो पैसिफिक इकोनॉमिक फ्रेमवर्क के निर्माण के लिए आप सभी के साथ काम करेगा। मेरा मानना है कि हमारे बीच रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स के 3 मुख्य आधार होने चाहिए: ट्रस्ट, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड टाइमलीनेस। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह फ्रेमवर्क इन तीनों स्तंभों को मजबूत करने में सहायक होगा और इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में विकास, शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And in a minute, we're going to show you how Deepika Padukone at the Cannes Film Festival has gone viral once again. And it's all thanks to her street style. Our Entertainment Bureau brings you that report next.
With one...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Deepika Padukone is undoubtedly one of the big Indian eye-catchers at the Cannes Film Festival in the French Riviera. Here's a look, here's a report from our Lifestyle Bureau on why she's been going viral so many times. Here's the latest instance.
With one outfit at a time, Deepika Padukone has been making appearances at Cannes in different outfits. The actress has now hit the streets with a stylish sartorial pic. Deepika Padukone took to her Instagram handle to share her new look in which she can be seen on the streets of the French Riviera in a Louis Vuitton ensemble that features a turtleneck pullover and checkered shorts. Without giving out many details in the caption, she simply let her look do all the talking. She dropped another video in which she can be seen in a printed white shirt paired with a pink skirt. Earlier, Deepika wore this black outfit, which she wore with a statement neckpiece and earrings with her hair all tied up. She's been experimenting with different looks at Cannes ever since she arrived.
How was the flight?
Not bad at all, actually. It was an 11-hour flight from LA.
In fact, the actress has been giving her fans a glimpse of her time spent at the French Riviera. Moreover, with back-to-back red carpet appearances, events, meetings, and photo calls, Deepika herself confessed she's indeed tired, but at the same time also very happy.
Are you tired after last night?
It's a different kind of tired. It's that tired but like with joy.
For the unversed, Deepika is representing India as a jury member at the 75th edition of Cannes Film Festival. This film festival commenced on 17th of May and will conclude on 28th of May. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And even as the Gyanvapi controversy rages in Kashi, in Uttar Pradesh, is there a Gyanvapi-like situation emerging in Karnataka? Is it really the case, or is there a huge communal polarization attempt in Mangaluru? Remember, this is a state that's going to the elections. We ask the big questions and get you the latest on that story with Pooja next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HB Pavilion, power to do it all. In association with LIC, Har Pal Aapke Saath. The new Volkswagen Virtus. NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande.
Varanasi court reserves its order on the Gyanvapi issue. The big verdict is expected to be delivered tomorrow. But of course, with the Gyanvapi, now a clamor and chorus is spreading across the country. Take a look on your screens. Another similar demand for a survey, videotaping, iconography, all of that, of a mosque has emerged in Mangaluru. After a video emerged of a Hindu temple-like architectural structure and a design discovered in a mosque premises in the state of Karnataka, which begs the question, are we looking already at Gyanvapi 2.0? Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I am Pooja Shali. After Gyanvapi, are we looking at one by one similar issues cropping up across the country, and will it be reaching the courts as well? I'll be taking you through all of that. First, let's begin with headlines. Prime Minister Modi is in Japan today for the Quad Summit. It's an Indo-Pacific economic framework in focus. Prime Minister addressing the Indian diaspora says, and I quote him here, India is resetting the world order. Meanwhile, it's a big development in the Ram Temple construction. Carved stones to be laid down from the 1st of June. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath likely to be invited. Shocker coming in from a Kerala rally by the Islamist group PFI. A young kid, a boy seen openly giving death threats to Hindus and Christians. Young children being radicalized. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma says time to end the Madrasa system for Islamic education. Claims everyone knows what happens there in the garb of education. Union Minister Piyush Goyal leads the Indian delegation at the World Economic Forum in Davos with the aim to project India as an investment hub. Chief ministers and politicians from 6 states are part of this delegation team.
We were very keen that the world sees India in full strength. All the states have interacted with me over the last 2-3 days. They're all very excited to be here to showcase their states.
Some relief, but some inconvenience as well. Rain and storm blow away 11 degrees Celsius of discomfort from Delhi NCR, but strong winds and heavy rainfall uprooting trees, collapse walls and waterlog the streets. So we all know and have been watching how the Gyanvapi issue in the court, on the streets, and legally, all of that and politically has been playing out. But now in line with that, similar demand has been raised for another survey. Now this comes in from Karnataka. There is a mosque in Mangaluru. Take a look on your screens. A video emerged of a Hindu temple-like architectural design that was discovered in the premises of an old mosque in Mangaluru. This is in the month of April. Now, since then, there have been chorus and demands coming in. For example, the Hindu group, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, first raised a doubt on whether this mosque was constructed over a temple. India Today has now got the first access to some of these visuals. Take a look at this report of what is exactly happening in Mangaluru in Karnataka.
Raging faith fight over Mandir versus Masjid. Amid shriveling fountain face-off in Varanasi, A Gyanvapi-like war is echoing in Karnataka over what saffron groups believe the remnants of an ancient temple. Recovered from under the Malali Mosque in Karnataka's Mangaluru, the debris of an unmissable Hindu temple-like architectural design surfaced during the renovation of the Juma Masjid. India Today is the only channel to access the interior of the structure.
Currently, investigations already underway, and a DC is expected to produce a report on the same very soon. Pro-Hindu outfits have said that they will perform a puja in the village to go ahead with the project or not. Now, the matter still is in the court, and the court has already said that status quo has to be maintained, and the DC's report regarding this is still awaited.
The discovery of the structure, which closely resembles Hindu relics and ornate work on stone, surcharged Karnataka's political scene. Hindu groups vouch that an ancient temple used to stand where the mosque is now located. The VHP has asked the local administration to stop the mosque's renovation till the debris is verified. The BJP is planning a ritual inside the wreckage to determine if they belong to a temple.
ಮಳಲಿಯ ಏನು ಮಸೀದಿ ನವೀಕರಣ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಚರವಾದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇನೋ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದೇ ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ದೇವರ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯನ ತಿಳಿಯಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಿರಿಯರ ಸಮ್ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಹಿತಕರ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿದು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದೋಬಸ್ತ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅನ್ಯೋನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಎರಡೂ ಗುಂಪುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇನಿದೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಡಳಿತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಾರಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸನ.
The Muslim side is contesting the claims.
As an MLA, we have requested the district administration, the district magistrate, to do a proper investigation into this and or hand over the case to the archaeological department.
Okay.
And give us a clear picture. What is the issue? Like, what is the structure? What kind of whether a temple was there or a Jaina Basidi was there? We want to know. That's the whole issue.
Is another legal battle looming over Mangaluru's Gyanvapi movement? With Karthik in Mangaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go across now to my colleague Karthik. He's reporting from Bengaluru. Karthik, because this is a functional mosque, an old mosque, and clearly has communal sensitivities and sensibilities involved. How is the administration ensuring that if there is a demand of any kind, it is taken into consideration, but law and order is also maintained?
Well, yes, definitely, Pooja. As far as this issue is concerned, the commissioner has also very clearly said that police bandobast and security has been increased around the mosque. No one is allowed to go near the site. The entire site has been sealed off. Till the case is over, the police is saying they will not allow anyone to enter the arena. Now, as far as the activity around it is concerned, some pro-Hindu outfits have said they will be performing a puja on 25th in the village, but not exactly at the site. Now, they say this is a ritual that they follow, and this ritual, they say that will tell them if they have to go ahead with it or not. So as of now, the investigation is already underway to find out if there was indeed a temple below the mosque, and the report on it is still awaited. So as this issue still continues, the court has already said that status quo must be maintained and the renovation has stopped in the mosque. So as of now, the police are keeping a close watch, and the government is also keeping a close watch on the issue. And both the sides and both the groups have agreed, both the Hindu side and also the Muslim side have agreed that they have to wait for the court and also the government to give a clear report on this, and they will proceed only after it.
Thank you so much, K. Karthik, reporting from Bengaluru on what's been happening there in the city of Mangaluru. Specifically, is there a temple-like design that has come forth? Was there a temple underneath this old mosque in Mangaluru? That is now the chorus is demanding perhaps further survey on it. So what happened in Benares today? The Varanasi court has reserved its order in the Gyanvapi case for tomorrow, which means tomorrow is likely to be that big verdict expected. But the hearing before the Varanasi district court today was primarily to determine how the hearing will proceed further in this case. So what exactly happened? During the hearing, the Muslim side said the application on maintainability ought to be taken up first in accordance with the Supreme Court orders, while the Hindu side is still requesting for the report filed by the commission, remember, in the court, to be taken up for consideration and on priority. So what happens tomorrow? The judge will be expected to give a decision on how the hearing can be conducted and how the matter will progress before the district court. The points to be taken up will be decided by the district court judge Ajay Krishna Vishvesha. All the files related to the Gyanvapi premises case have been transferred to the Varanasi district court on Friday. Remember, there have been petitions after petition from Varanasi court to the Supreme Court where the Gyanvapi case has reached.
आज माननीय न्यायालय ने अपना ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा है इस आधार पे कि आगे अब इस केस का प्रोसीजर क्या होगा, अगली तारीख सुनवाई की क्या होगी। हमने अपनी तरफ से एप्लीकेशन दी थी कि जो कमीशन की रिपोर्ट फाइल हुई है उसकी सीडी और फोटोग्राफ्स हमें प्रोवाइड की जाए और कमीशन की रिपोर्ट जो है इस केस के रिकॉर्ड पे पढ़ी जाए ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की हियरिंग पे। जो विपक्षी हैं उन्होंने कहा कि ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की सुनवाई पहले की जाए, तो माननीय न्यायालय ने आज अपना ऑर्डर सुरक्षित रखा है और एक प्रोसीजर बनाया जाएगा जिसके तहत अब इस मामले की सुनवाई आगे होगी तो कल और इसका फैसला कल आएगा। जजमेंट
पिटिशन और कौन सी डेट पे
सुना जाएगा, किस ऑर्डर में सुना जाएगा और कब अगली सुनवाई की तारीख है, ये सारी बातें कल पता चलेंगी। कोर्ट ने अपना जजमेंट आज रिजर्व।
माननीय जज महोदय ने दोनों पक्षों को सुना। 7-11 के एप्लीकेशन पे उन्होंने कहा कि मैं भी इसका अध्ययन कर ले रहा हूँ, कल इस पर निर्णय दूंगा। कल वो फैसला सुनाएंगे, यानी ऑर्डर रिजर्व रखा गया, आदेश को सुरक्षित कर लिया गया।
Beyond the petitioners and the politics of it, it's also important to understand what the experts are saying. India Today exclusively spoke to the Persian scholar Arif Ayubi. He's explaining now what could have possibly happened during Aurangzeb's reign and how the Vishwanath temple in Varanasi was in fact demolished by Mughal ruler Aurangzeb. Listen in to how he's also helping transcribe and translate the rulings and the orders of those days.
क्या है ये हमको पढ़ के थोड़ा सा बताइए।
इसकी हैसियत फरमान की नहीं है, ये कोई फरमान नहीं है और इसके ऊपर आप देख रहे हैं कि इसके ऊपर किसी के कोई दस्तखत भी नहीं है और इसमें सिर्फ ये बताया है जिसने भी इसको नकल किया है वो मासरे आलमगीरी का सफ़ा 88 बता रहा है और जो डेट पड़ी है वो सन 1080 हिजरी की है जो सन ईस्वी के हिसाब से 1669 बनती है और फरमान तो ये नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक इत्तला पहुंचाई गई है बादशाह को, या किसको पहुंचाई गई ये भी नहीं कहा जा सकता पक्के तौर पे।
क्या इसका एग्जैक्ट ट्रांसलेशन है?
एग्जैक्ट ट्रांसलेशन तो यही बना है कि काशी विश्वनाथ की खुद तौहीद परस्तों, मतलब ये कि अल्लाह वालों कह लीजिए आप इसको, तौहीद परस्त ज़ाहिर है जो वन गार्ड में जो अपना रखते हैं अक़ीदा, तो उसकी खिदमत में ये अर्ज़ है कि हुक्म क़ज़ा से मज़दूरों की मदद से काशी विश्वनाथ के बुतखाने को तोड़ दिया गया।
अगर डेट को हम देखें, इस डेट को, तो ये डेट फिर से एक बार हमें बताइएगा दर्शकों के समझने के लिए कि कौन सी डेट है ये, कौन सी डेट ये है?
स्पेसिफाई नहीं की है,
जो डेट लिखी हुई है वो
सिर्फ 1080 हिजरी लिखा हुआ है, इस पर मंथ वगैरह नहीं लिखा है इसमें।
जी।
इसलिए हम इसमें कुछ नहीं कह सकते।
यानी कि ये स्पष्ट है कि ये 1669 का है, लेकिन महीना नहीं स्पष्ट है।
महीना स्पष्ट नहीं है इससे, महीना तारीख कुछ भी जाहिर नहीं हो रही इससे।
So there you heard it, what the scholars are also saying. But of course we understand there are so many petitions and arguments taking place in the court. Let me help explain to you what exactly happened in the Varanasi court today. Now remember, this time the Muslim side and the Hindu side have also been heard. And here in this virtual representation, I'll try to tell you what the Muslim side said first. Now they are saying that the namaz prayers have been offered in the Gyanvapi mosque premises as it stands today since 1936, which also means they are requesting the court to consider in that sense the manner in which that these religious sentiments are also at play. But the Hindu side is saying There is a survey that has been done. Include the photographs, the videos with the survey report importantly. But the Muslim side maintains that by this, with Gyanvapi, remember, and demands that are coming forth, the court must decide if the case is maintainable at all. Because remember, as what the Varanasi court decides today can then become a precedence further as well. So this is what the Muslim side and the Hindu side as well have said. What happens tomorrow? A big verdict expected. The court reserves the decision for today, but is expected to give a verdict tomorrow, again on how the court will progress with the hearing. Let's go across on the ground now. My colleague Abhishek is reporting constantly on this case. Abhishek, you know, this case again reaching the court. But what do you think, as of course we cannot predict what the court will say tomorrow, but both the Muslim side and the Hindu side are very clear and very defined. And they are saying on the Hindu side, if there is evidence, there is survey, consider it on priority. You've got the survey submitted in the court. But the Muslim side is saying namaz and prayers are being offered. How can that suddenly be stopped now?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. And today, on the first day of the hearing at the Varanasi District Court, Judge A.K. Vishvesha had a look upon the fact that how the Muslim side has been speaking about the fact that whether this petition should be heard or not. And under the 711, they have tried to raise this matter, and the judge has heard their, all these remarks and all those points which they have made. On the other hand, Hindu side, who has been very vocal from day one, be it the report of the survey and all those markings and all those significant, relevant signages which have been found there as far as the survey is concerned. So the Hindu side is very keen that the report clearly says that there is a significance of the Shivalinga, there is a significance as far as Sringar Gauri temple is concerned, but Muslim side maintained the fact today. They even spoke about the 1936 Deen Muhammad case and mentioning the fact that it is indeed should be taken into consideration. So all these things have been argued today. The court has reserved the order. Tomorrow we'll get to know what exactly date has been given, because there is a possibility that the judge might take some more time or give another date when the whole hearing will begin. But one thing is very clear, that on the first day, both the side has argued about their own side, and the judge has kept the decision for now on hold, and which will be revealed tomorrow. Yes.
But of course, constant clamor is growing, and of course, we must remember there is a survey that has been done. Will the court consider it on priority? That could become the big flashpoints, and that has been the demand as well. Abhishek, you'll be tracking all the latest. Thank you very much for now. It's been a sensitive case, and our colleagues at India Today have been ensuring that you get the best and, of course, as many angles as possible. I'm returning again now to Karnataka to help you understand how all of this is connected, because now there are more fringe groups coming forth. Sriram Sene chief Pramod Mutalik has now again reacted. Remember, he has been known to give vocal, threatening statements as well. But from Gyanvapi, we come to now what Mutalik has said. Sriram Sene chief Pramod Mutalik has stoked this controversy, literally warning Muslims over offering the prayers, but also specifically azan on loudspeaker. Remember, that debate has been going on. While giving out that threat to the Muslims, he has said if they won't lower down the volume of the loudspeaker, then his outfit will go ahead and remove it. Mutalik in his ultimatum has said from the 1st of June, Sriram Sene workers will be starting the second phase of their protests against the use of loudspeakers. And on May 9th, remember, even had played the Hanuman Chalisa, the Suprabhata Omkara on loudspeakers at over 1,000 temples in Karnataka. He's accusing the state government of failing to take action against loudspeakers installed at mosques. What is the administration expected to react to what Mutalik has been charging at?
ನೀವು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೋ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಜೂನ್ 1ರಿಂದ 2ನೇ ಹೋರಾಟ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಶಬ್ದ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
From Kashi to Karnataka to Qutub Minar. After a very short break, another Hindu idol has been found, noticed, acknowledged that in the premises of the Qutub Minar. And there, the government is now facing the pressure for a similar survey on the lines of Gyanvapi. Are we looking at that? All of these, remember, historical facts are coming back to the fore one by one. Let's bring you Qutub Minar's reality and story after a very short break.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
On a daily basis, thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution. This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
The Mission Monument Wapsi debate is now only escalating and has reached Qutub Minar, which is, of course, remember, an iconic mark here in Delhi. This after reports claiming that 1,200-year-old Hindu idols have been found noticed in the premises of the monument, and they have been there for as many years. Now, here's what historians and Hindu petitioners are saying on the growing clamor over Qutub Minar and the survey about it.
Qutub Minar is a very well-known fact again, that Quwwatul Islam Mosque was constructed after demolishing 27 temples, which Qutubuddin Aibak himself put a plaque over there in stone, which still exists. ASI has put a detailed this information about it. We all know about it. So again, it's not a revelation. So what new have you found? Second, you are trying to play mischief by creating the whole complex, a controversy around the whole complex, including Qutub Minar, including Alai Darwaza, including Iltutmish's tomb over there. which is part of the structure. So that complex came up gradually over 200-300 years.
इस केस में हमने कहा है कि यहाँ पहले 27 हिंदू जैन मंदिर हुआ करते थे, जिन्हें कुतुबुद्दीन ऐबक ने तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई। हमने ये प्रेयर की कि हमारे मंदिरों को रिस्टोर किया जाए, हिंदुओं को यहाँ पूजा करने की परमिशन दी जाए और साथ ही सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्शन दी जाए कि एक ट्रस्ट क्रिएट करें जो मंदिर की देखरेख करें। इस केस में माननीय डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज ने एएसआई को डायरेक्शन दी कि यहाँ पर जो भगवान गणेश जी की मूर्तियां मिली वो यहाँ से कहीं शिफ्ट नहीं की जाएंगी, यहीं रहेंगी।
So the Hindu petitioner and the historian, if you're wondering what's happening at the Qutub Minar premises, let me take you directly to that site here. Remember, this is in Delhi. It's an international tourist spot, but is now in the eye of the storm. And why? There is a hearing in the court on excavation petition, which is expected to be taken up tomorrow. It could be very big because already the matter in Gyanvapi in Varanasi is in court. Now, there was a team, about 10 to 12 members of specifically involving the ASI members as well, inspecting the premises last week, which on Saturday. Now, there are claims coming in from historians specifically who have been studying the Qutub Minar complex that there are Hindu idols of Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna that are there, that have been there for as many years, and now, according to another former ASI officer, Lord Narsimha's carving and that of his disciple Prahlad has also been found on a pillar, which is the Qutub Islam Mosque pillar, a carving found on that. Not just that, on record, former Archaeological Survey of India officers have told India Today that Qutub Minar, as is called today, was actually a sun tower and was built by King Vikramaditya during his tenure, primarily to study the sun and the timing, of course, for the day regarding that. So this is how right now Qutub Minar is also in eye of the storm, and there is a demand to look at what sort of idols underneath are there, and should there be a similar survey, iconography, videotaping, exactly how was done in Gyanvapi. And of course, we'll be tracking all the latest on that. Apart from this, remember, this is just right now politics, rhetoric, demands that are on. But I am now heading into a commercial break. When I return, what is happening on the ground? And this is shocking. This should be shocking for all of us. It was a rally in Kerala by an Islamist group, PFI. That's not the point. Take a look closely. A young boy, a kid, is seen openly giving death threats to Hindus and Christians. Who are telling these young children that it is okay to be shouting these slogans? We get you that story from Kerala after a short break.
На день рождения зажелаю желание или на Новый год, чтобы быстрее эта война закончилась. Я думаю, что она, не сразу закончится, но чуть-чуть, там, пару недель пройдет и закончится. Я так думаю.
Ну да, если звучит сирена, сразу спускаться вниз. Если слышишь выстрел, тоже лучше спускаться вниз. Если, вышел на улицу, например, да, вот ты идешь домой, например, да, слышишь выстрелы, лучше либо спуститься вниз, либо уже идти домой и быть в коридоре. Это два безопасных места, более-менее.
Первых взрывов я не слышал, просто проснулся из-за того, что мама говорит: сынок, у нас война. Первые мои ощущения, я не знал, что мы будем делать. Мы будем или куда-то уезжать, я не знал, есть ли у нас какое-то тут ближайшее бомбоубежище или что-то по типу того. Особо я не хотел никуда не уезжать, ни в другой город, ни в страну. Я хотел быть здесь, никуда не уезжать. Да.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
The PFI is grabbing headlines yet again, but this time it's a viral video of a boy, a young boy, shouting provocative communal slogans at its rally in Kerala's Alappuzha and has stoked wide condemnation. Now, this young boy can be heard, and some of these slogans are promoting hate against other religions. This has clearly raised questions if the PFI is literally using young children, minors, boys to brainwash them and spew hate. Here's a report on how this video was caught, and it's terrible to take a look of how a boy is shouting these slogans and everyone around him thinks it's okay to do so.
A young child on the shoulders of PFI activists shouting hate slogans and shooting off violent warnings. That's right, even kids are not spared from PFI's hate propaganda. This horrifying video from Kerala's Alappuzha from a PFI rally has gone viral, has re-upped the chorus for a ban on this radical organization. The little child you see on your screens is issuing a warning to Hindus and Christians that Lord Yama, the god of death, is coming for them.
There is a video circulated through Sanghi medias. It is not against the Hindu or Christian community. The slogan raised these children against the Hindutva terrorism. Officially, we are giving the slogans. This boy also raised the slogan against RSS. But our organization, a few lines, 2-3 lines are not favor for our view movement. Or our movement or our ideology.
India Today cornered the PFI over this hate video and why little children are being radicalized for their own propaganda. The PFI spokesperson maintains there's absolutely nothing wrong in what was chanted.
These people who do this must be brought to books, and we want to see the result. Not just saying, sorry, we are secular, we are for everybody, but where is it? I mean, it's very shocking, disgusting. This kind of things must be absolutely be nipped in the bud.
This video of how a young child has been radicalized and made to chant such a violent rant has sparked outrage across the country, with the BJP putting the onus on the Kerala government to crack the whip against the Popular Front of India.
In Karnataka, when the Congress was in power, they withdrew cases against the PFI. They even allied with the SDPI. Now in Kerala, the left parties, which once upon a time said PFI was the avatar of Simi, is allowing them this kind of free run, giving them patronage, defending them when they indulge in murders of nationalists in Kerala. And today, this kind of hatred and bigotry seen on the streets of Kerala. But where is that entire Islamophobia ecosystem, that ecosystem of so-called secularities? Why aren't they taking a position on this? Will they come out and call out the left government for allowing a free pass to the PFI, people for incitement?
The same group that carried out this rally just months ago, showing a man in saffron wearing a mask of Yogi Adityanath being beaten and dragged with his hands tied, is once again back to brazen provocations. There's been complete silence so far from the Pinarayi Vijayan government, which has turned a blind eye to the abuse of little children, now by the PFI. Will this dangerous radicalization continue completely unchecked in Kerala? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now remember, at this point, PFI has been in the headlines for a while now. There have been repeated instances of instigating and pushing youngsters, perhaps unlikely to indulge in illegal activities as well. But remember, just about a few months ago, even during the hijab controversy, the PFI's name had surfaced. If it was instigating students to take out more protests and even disrupt their own education. And all of this, remember, eventually when such a young boy, as you see on your screen, of course we're not revealing his identity, but for him to be taking out these slogans, what led him to, at this point in a state like Kerala, what is the government and the administration doing to ensure that kids are not really taken in by these groups? Because shouting slogans today, are they going to brainwash these young children? We're going to also get you an update on how the administration and the government in Kerala is taking up this further. Right, so if you listen into what, and we'll try and help transcribe what the boy is saying. According to the PFI, they are claiming that he was speaking against Hindu extremism and, or as they're calling it, Hindu terrorism, and not exactly Hindus and Christians. But the translation has come across as it is about communal provocative slogans. My colleague Pramod Madhav is on the ground. He's been tracking the reactions and he's been speaking to the outfits as well. Pramod, it's not just any rally, a political rally, because a boy shouting like that does catch anyone's eye. What is the government and the administration saying? And clearly appears to have become a big political slugfest between the BJP and the PFI or even the left groups.
Well, so far the government has not strongly reacted to this matter because this is extremely concerning, and just like you mentioned, it's about not even a 10-year-old boy who has been raising slogans, and the colloquial slogans is translated into way he's threatening Hindu and Christian community, because he's saying that keep rice and flowers ready at your home and incense ready for the final rites, which are being used by the respective communities. Actually, we spoke to the General Secretary of PFI, and he's trying to give us a kind of a reason stating that he was only talking about Hindutva terrorism and fascism. That is not acceptable, definitely, for a 10-year-old child over there. And they said that volunteers stopped him. But unfortunately, we also have another video which shows that the child was continuously raising slogans, and that too later in a part of the evening. For the PFI hasn't provided any explanation so far.
Pramod, keep tracking all the latest on that. And I do have a quick question. The PFI has been taking out these rallies regularly. Why was this rally taken out? Why was a little child included?
Well, they have just provided an explanation claiming that there was a conference in Alappuzha district of Kerala, and this was a separate rally where it has occurred. When we asked why the respective volunteers were not aware of such slogans being raised, they said that thousands of people were gathered and they did not know what was happening, but the slogan was stopped and it was not part of the rally. That's what they said, but unfortunately it had gone for a very long period, and the people, the elders, were actually repeating what the child was saying, and this is something PFI has to definitely provide an explanation to.
So, of course, the child also catching up to what the adults around must have been shouting, and keep children out of dirty politics at this point. Pramod, thank you so much for tracking and helping us understand what exactly happened there on the ground, and we can only hope that perhaps the administration will keep a watch on this. Now, that is currently the news from Kerala. I'm now going to take you directly to Assam from Kerala. What exactly has the Chief Minister said there? The CM of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has triggered a debate because he's saying Madrasas, where the Islamic education is given, that needs to be stopped. that madrasas should cease to exist. The Assam Chief Minister, of course, has stoked a controversy by stating that the system should not be enforced on young students. We, in this detailed report coming up, tell you what exactly has the CM said and what are the reactions coming in to that.
पिता माता आपको बच्चा में कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन में दाखिल करा दे और भविष्य में पूरा रास्ता ही बंद हो जाए, ये मेरा हिसाब से वायलेशन ऑफ बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट्स.
Comments by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma against madrasas has fueled a massive controversy, claiming that the word madrasas should cease to exist. Assam CM said that the Islamic system of education should not be forced on young students. He advocated that students should be only allowed entry to any religious institution at an age where they can make their own decisions.
एक बच्चा को जो उम्र में मदरसे में दाखिल किया जाता है, वो नहीं जानता है कि मुझको कहाँ दाखिल किया गया है. लेकिन कोई समय ऐसा है कि बच्चा बड़ा होके देखता है हम कहाँ पढ़ा, यहाँ से तो मेरा कोई आगे का रास्ता नहीं है. इसीलिए एंट्री टू एनी रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूट should be in a age where you can take your own decisions. पिता माता आपको बच्चा में कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन में दाखिल करा दे और भविष्य में पूरा रास्ता ही बंद हो जाए, ये मेरा हिसाब से वायलेशन ऑफ बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट्स.
Himanta added that at one point all Muslims in India were Hindus. The opposition was quick to slam Himanta's controversial statements.
यहाँ अरे जरा बोल के देखो मुख्यमंत्री जी, मोदी जी के खिलाफ बोल के देखो, अमित शाह के खिलाफ. मुख्यमंत्री पद से ही नहीं तुम्हारी छुट्टी हो जाएगी, जेल के कहीं पीछे खड़े हो गए, इतने छापे पड़ेंगे ईडी के, इनकम टैक्स के, कि तबीयत दुरुस्त हो जाएगी.
Himanta's remarks come in the backdrop of Yogi government accepting a proposal to exclude new madrasas from its grant lists, overturning an Akhilesh Yadav era order and making it mandatory for madrasas to recite national anthem before starting class.
क्वालिटी तो बढ़ा दी थी लेकिन क्वालिटी नहीं दे पा रहे थे मदरसों में. उसका काम आदरणीय योगी सरकार ने किया है. आज आधुनिक शिक्षा, कंप्यूटरीकरण किया है. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का संकल्प, एक हाथ में कुरान एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर, उसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है.
तो हमको फोकस करना है एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बेहतर बनाने के लिए और हम लगातार उसी दिशा में कदम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं. अभी हम अपने एडेड मदरसों को और अच्छा और बेहतर बनाएंगे, फिर आगे जैसी ज़रूरत होगी उस बारे में भी विचार करेंगे. फिलहाल हमने अभी ये फैसला लिया है.
Are madrasas the new flashpoint? Bureau Report, India Today.
Our next report is about my profession. I'm a news anchor in India, and just about a few miles away, our news anchors, our colleagues in Afghanistan are facing an ultimatum. I am a news anchor here, she's a news anchor in Afghanistan. Both of us are doing the same job. But from this week, our female colleagues across Afghanistan, against their wishes, are forced to be covered head to toe. That order is by the Taliban regime. While we have to tell our stories, this is how my colleagues have to do it in Afghanistan, forcing even news anchors to cover head to toe with a black veil. To Afghan women news anchors, my counterparts, I may not know you, you're strangers to me, but I say here on behalf of all news anchors today, we see you, we hear you, we remember you. Power on. Take a look at this next reporter. What does this ultimatum mean to the news anchors in Afghanistan?
این فرمان واقعا برای به هیچ مجری و یا هم برای هیچ دفتر نباید قابل پیش بینی باشه، از خاطر که اسلام نه چنین فرمان بر ما به خاطر ایجاب گفته و نه ما تو کدام چیز آگاهی از اسلام داریم. تمام علما و در رابطه با چهره‌های سیاسی هم مخالفت نشان داده در رابطه با بعضی فرمانشان. واقعا وقتی که گوینده خبر میخوانه و یا هم اطلاع رسانی میکنه باید از هر لحاظ ذهنن یا آرام باشن و حقایق به مردم برسانن. امروزه ساعت
And despite all threats still going on and doing about their work and job. Heading into a very short break. When we come back, there is some much needed relief that has come from the heat wave as the capital witnessed rainfall. But there have been disruptions of power cuts and uprooted trees as well. And importantly, even in the hills, the situation not really getting any better. Let's get you about those updates. Heavy rainfall, thunderstorm lashing Delhi.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching